Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the Pinole City Council meeting of July 16th, 2024. And if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of our U.S. military troops.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Next on the agenda is roll call, city clerk's report, and statement of conflict.
Thank you, Mayor Toms.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Interim City Manager Gang.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, July 11th at 4:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to council and staff, posted to the website, and are available in the back of the chambers for public viewing. Also, I would like to announce that the presentation item B2, presentation of new online permitting and licensing system, is being deferred by staff to a future meeting in August or September. Does the council have any conflicts on any of our agenda items this evening? No, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I go on to the next agenda item, I wanted to announce that the public hearing that I think most of you are here for, which is item 10A, will be heard earlier than, we're going to take things out of order. We are in contact with our consultant to see if he can become available by 5:30. So with that, we are going to convene into our closed session, and we have conference with legal counsel. There's anticipated litigation per Government Code 54956.9 D2. There's one potential case. When we come back from closed session, which we estimate will be by 5:30, we will possibly take up item B2. That's a A3, which is a recognition of one of our volunteer interns. And then we will jump to the public hearing for the sewer rate increase. That way we won't have you folks waiting, throughout the rest of the meeting. So we anticipate being back from closed session at about 5:30, and we appreciate your patience, and we thank our consultant for making changes to be here much earlier than what the agenda would suggest. So with that, we will take comments on the anticipated litigation before we go into closed session. Do we have any speakers on that item?
No, Mayor, no comments on
Okay.
that.
With that, we expect to be back by 5:30. go ahead and reconvene from our, back into open session, and we don't have any reportable action from the closed session. And as I mentioned before we went into closed session, we're going to take things out of order. The item, I know most of you, if not all of you, are here for item 10A, and rather take that in order, which might push us past 7:30 until we get to that. We're going to do that earlier. We're going to go to our proclamations. We have one gentleman that we want to honor here under Proclamation A3, and then we're going to jump to the public hearing on the sewer rates. So I do need to have the rest of the council back to help me with the proclamation. So this proclamation is in recognition of Community Development Department intern Luke Shawls. Yes, go ahead and start.
All right. Whereas Luke Shawls, a political science undergraduate student at the University of California, Davis, was highly interested in learning about the role of local government and reached out to the Community Development Department in early 2024. And
whereas the Community Development Department would mutually benefit from the support of Luke and brought him on as a volunteer, and
Whereas Luke spent 18 hours per week for 5 months assisting the Community Development Department in a myriad of supportive tasks in many divisions of the department, including planning, building, code enforcement, and affordable housing. And
whereas his tasks included supporting Earth Walk planning, spearheading the very successful Earth Day student art contest, designing a postcard for weed abatement season, creating a customer guide for the city's developing online permitting system, policy research for zoning, coding updates, and more. And
whereas we thank Luke for his positive attitude, professionalism, and willingness to go above and beyond his responsibilities, which have set a commendable example for peers and greatly benefited our team and community. So please join me in congratulating Luke Shawls. And Luke, I'd like to invite you up here to get a picture with the council, and I have a proclamation for you.
I know Luke didn't want to say anything, but I wanted to say thank you. I'm his mom. Thank you so much. The time that you spent with him was valuable. We heard stories every day of everything he was learning, and I hope that you'll continue this program with the city, because I think that the not only political science majors in college, but the high school kids could get a lot out of this. You're an incredible group of people, and he really benefited from all of you, so thank you.
Thank you. And I was trying to talk Luke into considering work in planning, so hopefully he'll consider that. So we will move on then to item 10A. And this is a review and adopt sewer rates for 2024-2025 through 2028-2029. And the action is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution per staff recommendation. And we have a report from our director, Sanjay Mishra. And I just wanted to go over for the public, the process is that we will get a report from Director Mishra and our consultant. The council will ask questions of the two. And then if you have submitted a speaker card, the speaker cards are located in the back, and then just turn them into the city clerk. You'll have time to, make your public comment, and then the council will consider whatever action they will take. So with that, thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Vice Mayor and public. We are here today to conduct the public hearing for the sewer rate increase in the study for the year 2024, 2025 until 2028, 2029. We have Chris Fisher from Wildan Financial Services, who will provide us the presentation and the details how we work through this. After that, I will go over with a few of the other options that we have worked, and we provided those details during a workshop, and then we'll take any questions and answer that the public here and the council may request us to. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Chris Fisher with Roldan Financial Services. Privileged to have the opportunity to be here with you again this evening. And I'll reiterate, as I did at the workshop a couple of weeks ago, this is the same information that was presented at the original council meeting back in May. Just wanted to go through it again for folks that may be here tonight and hearing it for the first time. So with that, I will jump right in. Thank you. So when we started this process back in the fall, we laid out a number of goals and objectives for the study. One, that the entire study would be built around the development of a 5-year financial plan. And the purpose of that plan is to analyze all of the financial needs and obligations for the sewer utility and project those out over 5 years and determine the utility's ability to meet those obligations. We want to make sure that we can fund current and future operations, maintenance, and capital projects, that we can repay any outstanding debt and ensure in association with that debt that we're in compliance with bond covenants. And I'll explain a little bit more about that as we go forward. We want to maintain adequate reserves for operating and capital needs, make sure that any rates are equitable and based on the cost of service and do not exceed the cost for providing the service to residents and customers, and that both the development of the rates and the implementation of public hearing process, noticing process, is conducted in compliance with Proposition 218. Next slide, please. Thank you. So some of the key factors as we got into the analysis and development of the financial plan. First, the costs of operating and maintaining the utility, equipment, supplies, power, treatment, chemicals, all those things have increased over time and continue to increase. Personnel costs also have increased over time and continue to increase. We want to ensure that, as I mentioned on the previous slide, that we're able to meet debt service coverage, and that was a factor as we started the analysis. We want to ensure that we can fund ongoing sewer capital projects so that the city is able to continue providing uninterrupted service. Projects for a number of purposes addressing inflow and infiltration, projects called out in the sanitary sewer master plan, and recommendations from the Water Board to take on these projects to reduce I&I and reduce the possibility of sanitary sewer system overflows. The city's share of the operating and capital costs for the joint Pinole Hercules treatment plant have increased. And finally, the last increase was 2 years ago, and so there's been 2 years without any rate increase, and so when there's a period of time that elapses without any rate increases and costs continue to go up, then there's a need to catch up a little bit with that. Next slide, please. And next, we'll talk about the methodology and then some of the projections that came out of that, the development of the methodology. So our process really involved two primary phases, one represented by the light blue boxes, one by the dark green boxes. First, we look at historical customer data. We look at historical revenues and try and project that forward to calculate how much revenue can be generated under the existing rate structure. So without changing anything in the rates and looking at historical information, how much revenue will we generate over the next 5 years? Then we compare that to the green boxes at the bottom to a calculation of what the required revenue is to operate the utility. And that required revenue is made up of operating and maintenance costs, debt service repayment and debt service coverage, capital project expenditures, and the funding of reserves in accordance with the city's financial policy. So if the calculation of the total revenue requirements is more than the revenue that can be generated under existing rates, then we proceed with really the third phase, which is that gray box, the calculation and design of new rates. So next slide, please. Take a look at what we call the status quo projections, or what the projections would look like under existing rates without any changes. And so in the top section there, you see a comparison of revenues to expenditures. Revenues represented by the dark blue bars, the expenditures represented by the light blue bars. This is just for operating and maintenance. This excludes capital projects. And you see we start out with revenues just exceeding expenses in the first couple of years. And then by the fourth year, expenditures start to overtake the revenues, and that black line, which represents the net result, goes negative, and then that continues in the fifth year. On the bottom left, you see the number of days cash held in reserve. We start out with a balance of about 780 days, and that reduces in the second year, and then again in the third year. By the fourth year, the balance is depleted and running negative by the fifth year. And then on the bottom right, there's a graph representing debt service coverage. What debt service coverage means is that for every dollar of debt repayment that the city has in each year, they have to maintain $1.20 of coverage. So it's sometimes called a 1.2 times or just a 120 debt service coverage factor. The city's policy goal is to maintain 1.5, which just represents a healthier level of debt service coverage. In the event down the road that the city needs to go out and borrow more money, that's just a healthier representation of the financial condition of the utility. So you see in the first year, we start out just above the 1.2 debt service coverage requirement. And I should mention the city has two outstanding revenue refunding bonds, or I'm sorry, two bonds. One is a revenue refunding bond for the wastewater system in 2016, and then there's a 2016 state water revolving fund loan. And so altogether, that's about $1.5 million of debt service paid each year. So back to the graph, the first year, we're just over the 1.2 requirement. We're below the 1.2 requirement in the third year. We jump, or in the second year. In the third year, we meet the requirement, and then in the last years, it's well below the requirement when the capital spending and the results shown up above in the last year is going negative. We're not meeting that debt service coverage requirement. Next slide, please. So the primary factor, one of the primary factors driving the overall financial plan, as mentioned on that key factor slide, is the capital improvement plan. And the graph here shows the aggregate amount of capital spending planned in accordance with the city's capital improvement plan over the next 5 years. You see the big years are the first and third year, with about $8.8 million in the first year, almost $7.5 million in the third year. And then the years in between, you see a little bit less, but still, no less than $3 million or $2.8 million in any of the years. So the next slide shows a detailed listing of the capital projects. And they're made up of a number of things, from sanitary sewer line replacements, rehabilitation projects, water pollution control plant projects, and I won't go through and read them all, but you can see each of those itemized out with their dollar amount, and then at the bottom, the total dollar amounts, which were shown on that previous graph. So all in all, quite a schedule of capital projects. And then in the last column, you see projected out over the future another over $40 million in capital plans after the first capital projects in the plan after the first 5-year projection period. So next, we'll take a look at based on the recommendations that came out of this financial analysis, the path of rates over the next 5 years, as well as the path of the typical annual bill. We'll look at a comparison with neighboring utilities. We'll revisit these financial metrics that we just went through to see what they look like updated after the recommendations, and then show the difference in the 5-year revenue adjustments that would be necessary just for operating and maintenance needs, and as well as for capital projects and expenditures. Next slide. So this is just a table. This is the same table that was mailed out in the notice and that's been published. This is the 5-year projected plan of rates. You see the description in the first column, which shows the single-family annual flat fees, the non-residential meter charge, and then the non-residential volume rates at the bottom. and then a column with the existing rates as they are currently, and then starting in 2025, the projected new rates for each of the 5 years. And so you see the single and multifamily rates going up about $200, and then increasing over the next 4 years, and then the meter charges for non-residential as well as the volume charges down below. So the non-residential volume charge goes from $7 per unit to $8.33 a unit in the first year, and then increases from there. So the next slide will show the change in the annual bill. So this is a projected annual bill for typical single-family property. See the current annual sewer bill, and this is an annual charge, just to emphasize that again. This is the annual charge that goes on the tax bill as it has over the previous years. The current charge is $883. The proposed charge is $1,041 for a change of about $157. And then in the next year, another change of $182, and then up from there. So that's what the annual sewer bill would look like over the full 5-year period out to 2029. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of Pinole both before and after the recommended changes to a range of neighboring utilities, with City of Hercules over on the far left, and then up to San Francisco Public Utility Commission on the far right. So you see both before and after, Pinole is still below the average of all of the utilities that were looked at as part of this analysis, and stays in the same relationship between West County Wastewater and Rodeo Sanitary District. So that's the change from the $883 to the $1,041. Next slide. So the revenue adjustments that are part of this analysis and they're factored into these projections, the annual adjustments are shown there on the top graph. So you see about 17.5% for the first 2 years and 15% for the last 3. If you remove capital projects from that, those increases you see on the bottom, the revenue adjustments to cover only increases in operating and maintenance costs are about 4.5% a year, or pretty much in line with CPI or engineering cost record or typical measures in the same ballpark as those. So 4.5% each of the 5 years. And then finally, the last slide here, take a look at the financial metrics that we examined a little bit earlier. You see in the top graph there, the revenues are exceeding expenditures each year, and the net result, black line, is trending positive. The number of days in cash reserve is still going down because the cash is being spent on some of the capital projects that were outlined in that previous table. So the cash balance was being spent down to reduce the impact of the rate increases as much as possible. And then in the final bottom right, you see the debt service coverage, which is really kind of a factor of the other two. Because the net results are now positive, we're meeting both the minimum 1.2 requirement as well as the 1.5 requirement for debt service coverage. So finally, just a recap of where we've been, as well as the next steps. The first meeting was in May. That was the first meeting to present these results preliminarily and ask the City Council to set a date for the public hearing and authorize mailing of the public notices. Those Prop 218 public hearing notices were mailed out on May 29th. About 2 weeks ago, July 2nd, there was a workshop town hall conducted here in the council chambers where this information was presented, and residents were invited to come and ask questions, which many folks did. So tonight, the City Council will conduct the public hearing and receive questions and testimony, comments from anybody here who wishes to speak. Following the conclusion of the public hearing, folks can submit a written protest up until the public hearing is closed. And so following the public hearing, council will close that public hearing. Clerk will tabulate the written protests. If there is a written protest, which would take about 3,200 written protests, a little more than 3,200, the council cannot move forward. The proceedings stop. If there is no protest, the council is not compelled to move forward. Then it's their discretion to discuss and proceed according to their will. If the council elects to adopt and implement the utility rates, they'll be placed on the Contra Costa County Secure Tax Bill as with previous years, and show up when the tax bills are mailed out in the fall. So that concludes my presentation. So I'll hand this back to Sanjay.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I'll wait for the next slide to be loaded for a second. Dave, can you? Thank you. Okay. So this is the slides that I prepared for the workshop, and I provided some of the questions that we gathered from various social media posts, and we wanted to go over this again for everybody's reading again. And during the last week as well, we actually received some other comments, people asking why this sewer study cannot be postponed, and why it is an urgency. As Chris just mentioned, we haven't have a sewer rate increase from 2022, and the cities are required to complete a sewer rate study every 3 to 5 years. And this would be our 5th year to do this. And because of the tax roll date for the county being August 1st week, the city council has the option to, today is the date when they can actually decide, so that we can formulate the total dollars so that the tax rolls can be prepared by the county. And that's the reason why we don't want it to be postponed, but that's up to council's decision where we'll go from here. I'll go over the questions that we had, and we'll go. So is this a tax? Is the sewer fee, is it a tax? No, this is not a tax. Sewer rate is a fee for service which is based on proportionate cost of providing the service and not exceed the cost of providing this service. That is as in compliance with California Prop 218. Is the proposed sewer rate forever? No, it can increase or decrease. Every 5 years or less, the city council can complete a sewer rate study to revise the sewer rates. Why the current proposed sewer rates are so high? As Chris explained with his slides, various factors affect the sewer rates, and the proposed rates are the maximum rates proposed based on the operating expense, debt service, and capital project costs. Can the sewer rate be lowered? Next slide, please. The city council has the authority and decides the sewer rate based on the sewer rate study. City council can decide to defer some of the capital projects, which will reduce the sewer rate burden for now. What would happen if the capital projects are deferred? Delaying the necessary projects could lead to not meeting regulatory compliance and may incur fines. Some capital projects can be delayed based on urgency. Less critical projects can be postponed for several years, while those deemed unnecessary can be entirely removed from the plan. Why are the sewer rates of other cities lower? A comparison of the sewer rates of nearby cities were added to the report. Depending on the condition of the sewer system, operating expenses, and many other factors, sewer rates vary widely. Next slide, please. Are the developments paying for their fair share? Yes, the new developments in City of Pinole pay an impact fee, which includes sewer impact fee. Are our rates higher because City of Hercules is using our treatment plant? No. City of Pinole and City of Hercules jointly owns the wastewater treatment facility, and all the costs are shared. We are responsible for our own collection system, and Hercules is responsible for their own. Next slide, please. So I have prepared a few options in the following slides, but these slides have some assumptions. They were just developed to facilitate a discussion and evaluate various options. The dollar numbers that are presented are our best estimate. That's not an actual number from the budget. And all the options presented here are based on the draft sewer rate study and also takes from the sanitary sewer master plan. Next slide, please. So in the sanitary sewer master plan, we have the projects for the near term phase 1, near term phase 2, and the long term project. The sanitary sewer master plan has roughly about $62 million of worth of project over a period of 20 years. Next slide, please. So this is an excerpt from this, the draft sewer rate study, which Chris just showed, and it shows the CIP projects that have been put together for the 2024 to 2029, which is roughly about $27 million. Next slide, please. The rate structure to cover the operation and maintenance expenses, capital projects, and debt service is what you saw in the Chris slides earlier. And this is what the details are. I have broken it down just to highlight those details, and also have put the capital project, CIP project expenditures under the bottom of it, and to show how our balance would look like at the end of each year. The wastewater treatment plant and CIP, we would require, or at least we had aimed to have a balance of reserve fund of approximately $12 million for any catastrophic damages that we may have to deal with. Next slide, please. So if the sewer rate is not increased today, and the CIP projects, we have to do $27 million worth of CIP projects over the 5 years. This slide provides those a snapshot of how our funds are going to look like. At the each year it will reduce, our reserve funds would reduce. And the fourth year we would have around $5 million, and I'm sorry, that would be the third year. 2027 we would have $5 million, and fourth and fifth year we will be in negative balance. Next slide, please. This option also shows there is no increase in sewer rates, but the capital projects would be done only about $13 million over the period of 5 years. Only one this year that we are currently in construction, and one at the end of 2029, which would be of the rate about $5 million, of the value of $5 million. And we would have the reserve balance would be met for most of the time except the last year. Next slide, please. There's option B, which has a 17.5% increase in 2025, and the CIP projects would be completed $27 million of worth over the 5 years. And there are no increases for the rest of the 4 years as shown here. In that case, the reserve balance depletes on the third year, that is 2027, below $12 million, and goes, if we complete those CIP projects, it goes down to $1.2 million in the fifth year. Next slide, please. This option has an increase of 17.5% in 1 year, no increases for the rest of the years, when the CIP projects completed over the 5 years are roughly $17 million, which which will put us the reserve funds for most of the years above $12 million, except the last year, just little shy of $12 million. Next slide, please. This option evaluates 17.5% increase for this year, 2025, and a 5% increase for the rest of the 4 years. And the total number of total value of CIP projects that is going to get completed is about $20 million. Each alternate year we're able to complete this year, the third year, and the fifth year. And the balances, reserve balances, are close to $12 million as we wish until the end of the 2029. It's a little shy of 12 million. Next slide, please. This option is a 8% increase instead of the 17.5% huge increase in the 5 years, proposes 8% increase for all the 5 years. And it also reduces the CIP projects to complete CIP projects about $18 million over the 5 year. And it still has a healthy balance at the end of 5th year. Next slide, please. So this slide shows various comparison of various options, and just to see everything in the same place. And as far as staff is concerned, we would be able to recommend, if council wishes, which of these options are the best and the reasons for that. And looking at the amount of projects, CIP projects we have, and to be able to complete those in a timely manner, and also not delaying the CIP projects would eventually increase the cost of those CIP projects as well. And of course, not also jumping into too many CIP projects if those are not necessary. And my thought would be, each alternate year, if we did one project, after reevaluating each of the projects, their importance and necessity, that would give us some time, and also not having a huge jump in the rate for the ratepayers. I would recommend that the City Council consider option D as a staff recommendation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Murphy, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director Mishra, for your work thus far and your team's work on this issue. This is obviously something that is a pretty important issue across the city. I've had numerous coffee chats and virtual conversations with folks in the community. And so I appreciate both the frequently asked questions you mentioned in your presentation, but also your willingness to have the workshop on July 2nd as well, which I think moves us forward on the issue, although I do feel like we do need a few more items of engagement. Given where we are really right now in terms of the national and local, well, statewide landscape, I'm wondering about this proposed rate increase impacts on our residents. You did mention a few different scenarios, which is of course is up to the council's direction. So I wanted to ask a few questions, both about the proposed rate increase, but also some of the interactions that your department has had with the community in terms of education, public education. The first question I have is, how will the proposed rate increase impact low-income families and vulnerable populations like our seniors and elders in our community? And are there any measures in place to provide financial assistance or rate relief for those who may struggle to afford the higher rates?
So at our staff level, we have not done that analysis, and yes, I have received a lot of protest letters, which actually speaks to that, but we haven't done an analysis to how to handle that. That would be at the council direction. We can come up with some plan, but for this study, we haven't done that.
Okay. If we did move forward with an analysis on the assessment of especially supporting measures to provide financial assistance, how long would that process take for you to provide some recommendations to the council?
I would have to work with our finance director to understand what is the demographic and what is the what are the things that we need to consider, and also with the city manager's office. I would say, now that we are at the point where we'll be having a new city manager, I would say it would take at least 3 months before we can come back with a proposal for that.
Thank you. Throughout this time on council, we've gone through a number of different issues, and we were really both excited to bring on a grant writer in the city, which we haven't had for a long time, that has supported us in reaching new additional pots of funding, whether it's through the state or federal, including funding to, as our agenda suggests push an online permitting system that helps residents. Are there any, or what alternative funding sources have been explored to mitigate the need for a rate increase at this particular moment? And have we applied for any state or federal grants? And if so, what has been the outcome?
We have not explored any state or federal grants for this. So options for any grants are actually very few. But loans, yes, you would get loans. As we got loans for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, we may get loans. Most of the grants, those are available, are really for planning and study grants for the sewer. We haven't looked at what loans are available and whether the city is willing to take loans to fund this. We haven't explored that, but if direction from council this asks us to, we can.
Thank you. Your team has done work around public engagement for this issue, and in particular on July 2nd, we had a workshop. If you talked a little bit about the workshop, I wasn't able to attend, but I did watch the recording. So I'd love if you can give a recap of some of the findings from said workshop. But my particular question is, what efforts have been made to engage the community in the decision-making process? And then again, how have residents' concerns and feedback been incorporated into the proposals that you've made tonight?
Yes, I would say that I have received direct emails from concerned citizens, and I have gone through all those details. I try to provide them answers and responses as much as I can to clarify all the questions they have. And there are some confusions regarding whether City of Pinole, some of the residents who are actually being tied to the West County wastewater district, are they paying their fair share? Are we taking any of those costs? I have explained those via emails to concerned citizens who has asked me those questions. And my recommendation for today also takes into account the steep increase that may actually be a burden to residents. And that's why my recommendation is to actually have a lower percentage but go over the period of 5 years. So that's taking into account of various factors, and also to understand that some of the CIP projects which are in our sanitary sewer master plan may or may not be needed once we get closer to vetting those. And so the initial, when I was developing the CIP, it was an ambitious plan to do that. But in the next year, we can vet it a little better. And instead of the $27 million what we have currently, we can do it a little less, which will be less burden on the this particular fund. And same goes for the eventually that transfers to the ratepayers, and they don't have to take a huge burden on this.
Okay. Of course, with any city funds and taxes, we are always thinking about ways, especially as a council, to protect taxpayer, in this case, ratepayer dollars. My next question is, how will the city ensure that the additional revenue generated from the rate increase, if passed, is used efficiently and effectively? What accountability measures specifically are in place to both track and report on the use of the rates and funds?
So these rates are actually only for the purpose of the projects related to sewer mains, and the wastewater treatment plant operation and maintenance, as well as any debt we have for the sewer related work. And those are being audited annually by an independent auditor, and that is how it is being tracked. And I believe the Prop 218 has some requirements, and we fulfill those requirements. I don't believe we have any red flags ever on this.
Okay. And then the last question, which I think is a question around inaction. Right now what we're really talking about is infrastructure, and of course, with infrastructure, we know, at least in my time, I've only been here for 4 years on this council, but we've seen, and the city has assessed a overall deficit or deferred maintenance of $100 million across the city for most of our infrastructure. And so understanding the need really to address our crumbling infrastructure is critical right now. I think your department obviously has both said something and assessed this, and as a council, we've taken several measures to move this forward. My next question is, of course, if this were the sewer rate increase was not approved, what are the potential environmental and public health impacts? And how critical are the proposed improvements to preventing sewer overflows and ensuring water quality?
So, whether this sewer rate increase is approved or not, we were still mandated to complete some of the improvement works through water board's letter asking us to complete some of the improvements on Pinole Avenue area, where we consistently every winter face these sanitary sewer overflows, and we hire contractors to manage those, and some other overflows also could be a public safety hazard other places. So those are the locations we know right now, and that's the project we are trying to currently that project is being awarded to take care of that. Other projects which the sanitary sewer master plan, whatever has said, those are not being looked into detailed design yet, so that we can comment on whether we can do those projects yet. But once we get into a little more closer, we would have a better understanding, and and then we can respond to water boards or other regulatory authorities' questions that have we met our burden of taking care of our sanitary sewer and making sure that it does not have any overflows. Or at least we know we have a plan to do this. And to do this, definitely, over the period of time, City of Pinole has done a pretty good job actually at least having a bunch of current reserves close to $23 million. And that's the reason we can go ahead and do these projects. So we have accumulated those funds, and for those CIP, because there was no sanitary sewer master plan done before, and we didn't know where to spend the money efficiently. And now that we have one, we actually can go section by section to find out where are the most vulnerable sections of the city, which sewer mains are actually fragile or have leakages, and then we take those projects one by one.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions for now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, please.
Thank you, Director Mishra, and thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your presentation. I want to go back to Mr. Fisher's presentation. If you can pull up slides 12. Well, 12 and 13, but 12 first, please. While folks are, I think PCTV is preparing to pull up slides 12 from the Wilden Financial Services presentation, I'm most curious about the annual neighboring utility comparison. There it is. And particularly the black line we see there, $1,118.13. That's the average of comparison utilities for the agencies shown here in this graph. The existing City of Pinole rate is $883.44. The proposed rate that we see there is $1,041. It sits right below the average of comparison utilities. By the year 2029, City of Pinole's rates under the proposed rates would go and meet City of Larkspur and also San Francisco in terms of the $1,800 rate we see there. I'm curious, Director Mishra, how this black line here, this average rate increases each year. What is the average percentage increase? Is it 3%, 4%, 10%? How does it move annually for all of these different agencies?
Oh, for these other agencies,
The average rate for all these agencies in the comparison.
I'm not sure. How about the other agencies, Chris? Do you?
I mean, we'd have to look individually at the schedule of rates for each of those and then figure out, what the scheduled increases are. This graph itself is just a snapshot of this year, but we can be pretty sure that all of those agencies have increases scheduled over the next 5 years, so the average will increase, but it would be some sort of, combined weighted average of all of those and what all of their various increases, and then also when they would be undertaking their own new rate studies to go through new increases beyond what's already scheduled. So we don't have a number, but I mean, it could be assured that it is going to increase. That black line will move up over time.
And do you have an approximation of the percentage increase each year from past
It would be
years?
a guess. I mean, because we just don't know. I mean, there's 10 or 12 different agencies there, and they may each have increases anywhere from 3 to 5% to 8 to 12%, or
Gotcha.
or so. Depending on each of those and how they all combined, it would be a guess, but I would probably somewhere in the 5 to 9% range each year.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. And then to Director Mishra's presentation, there are 4 different options presented. And option A is no increases at all. We stay at the rate of $883.44, and we keep the value amount of the CIP projects at $27 million. Under that option, we would dip into our reserves.
That's
Is
right.
that correct?
Yes.
And for the second option, which is, again, no increase at all, but we reduce the value of the CIP projects to $13 million, we would still dip into the reserves as well.
We do.
And which leaves, I think, 3 more options here. So out of the options where we don't dip into our reserves, what is the most feasible in terms of, number one, not incurring extra fees for the city, but also maintaining the amount of quality that we need for our systems to stay updated and usable?
Yeah, I mean
Fair amount.
out of these options, option C and D, we would not be dipping to our reserves much, but the option C really actually bumps the very first increase to 17.5% for the first year, and then there is an increase of 5% for the rest of the 4 years. But just to for the ratepayers to not go through all different, a huge bump, then small bump. My thought was to have the rate just at a 8% increase for all of the 5 years, which would be pretty similar to what previous rate on an average basis we have increased over the last 25, 30 years. I haven't studied all that, but I believe one of the residents brought that up, that City of Pinole's rates have increased about 7% over those years. And so I think that would be in line with what we have been doing before, and that would give us Public Works some time to reevaluate our CIP projects, and at the same time, we will be just right about our reserves by the fifth year time.
Gotcha. So option C, you would see the rates in fiscal year 24-25 go from $883 straight to $1,038.
Correct.
Right. Option D, which is a steadier percentage increase rate over the next 4 years here. This is an option where we don't dip into our reserves. It is
No.
it is more sustainable. What I'm concerned about is the value of the CIP projects completed, and for $18 million, we're basically cutting it more than half. Is that enough in terms of projects completed to ensure that?
So yeah, that needs to be evaluated during the CIP plan every year. what I was trying to say is that because all the projects that we have in the sanitary sewer master plan are not vetted to the level where I can say that this project is necessary, not necessary, or can be delayed. So I'm not at that point right now. So, but every year when we evaluate CIP projects, then I can eliminate or delay projects. Can say that, okay, we have evaluated this project in depth enough. We have done enough tests. We have done enough camera when the CCTV, and that yes, this is in a good condition. Can we delay this? Those decisions I can make only each year at the CIP plan stage.
And would you say the option D, would that cover the bare necessities?
I would. That's my goal. Yes.
Just to get us into compliance.
That's right.
Right. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to Councilmember Tave.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask, just looking through the records, this seems pretty routine that, rates are always discussed and we're trying to kind of balance operations with how much it costs. Why was 5 years chosen and not 7? I mean, is it something that we can try to spread over time, or does it have to be 8%? I'm just thinking back to the last time I think we did like a 3% increase and then kind of rolled it forward saying, okay, that, just simply a COLA or a cost of living adjustment. And what's, I guess, I know the report came back and there's a lot more need out there, but why 5 years and not spreading it out over a lot more time?
Because I believe the mandate may be for the Prop 218, it's a 5-year limit.
Okay, so that kind of pulled our timeline into 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. And then I noticed the CIP projects, and we've talked about this, Sanjay, a couple times, is, I know when you upgrade, there's, reduced costs on the other side of that, right? So if we are not treating all the infiltration and inflow, that our volumes at the plant will go down, will our costs go down? And I think that was a conversation a while back with, I believe Tamron was the engineer at that time, where if we could reduce the volumes, that means we're using less chemical, we're using less manpower, there's less parts of the equipment or the plant that are being used. Is there a cost saving somewhere with that, or is that savings going to be reinvested to kind of truncate that 5-year timeline down even further?
So yes, definitely there will be cost savings, but cost savings meaning, let me rephrase that. So yeah, definitely will reduce treating, how much wastewater we're doing. But the amount of, the cost of the chemicals and the treatment and the electricity and all that has gone up. So the actual cost, the dollar amount, may not go down. So that's the only difference.
So the future dollars might be catching up. Okay.
Catching up, that's all. But we'll be more efficient, that's for sure. Okay. That part is not going anywhere.
And looking at this, I know that we've had, a lot of different rate increases that got us to that $883 per residential household. Have we ever had a cost reduction? Like, has it ever gone down? And if not, I mean, are we really chasing something that we potentially can't afford, right? I mean, I guess maybe that's another financial analysis that has to get done, but I'm just trying to figure out, we can't keep paying more and more and more where it's not really, you know what I mean? Like we're just chasing something that we're not going to catch.
Yes, I mean, because our systems are old, definitely our infrastructure itself is old. Once most of them are upgraded, you will definitely see a lowering down. It may not be 8%, but there will be definitely increase just because of your operation and maintenance cost would be going up.
I see.
So you may not see this 8% for forever. Once, say, you catch up with most of the CIP projects, then you may say, okay, you know what, now the only 4.5% is what's our operation and maintenance increase as there. You can tie it to a CPI or a fixed number, and that's all the increases will be.
I see. Okay. And then I had, you know, as I'm looking at this, I'm just trying to understand, you know, over time, how we got to here, right? Have there been times in the past where, like I'm looking through some of the minutes where we had 3 years of no rate increase, or we had a very minimal increase? We're still degrading during that time. And are we trying to make, I guess, how much of that gap are we trying to make up here? Because it just seems to me like that's a pretty significant jump. But it feels like, you know, that jump is more of a, hey, we finally done the report. Now we know what kind of condition we're in, and these are the costs associated with it. I'm trying to understand, you know, what practices, you know, for this council and future councils should we just not do, like, you know, deferring that much maintenance. I mean, we're looking at numbers that are 20-something million, $60 million worth of repairs. I'm trying to understand, moving forward, how do we tackle that?
So as the master plan goes, most of the city who owns both sewer mains, the collection system, as well as a treatment plant, a 20-year time period is a master plan. Every 20 years you must do a master plan just to reevaluate where we are. And that's a very standard practice. And
Okay.
as you see, our master plan, you know, projects until 20 years time frame. And during that time period, our treatment plant would be almost 20 years old or more for the upgrade. It will be due for an upgrade or something. So to fund that money also, you should be having enough reserves on your hand so that you can go for loan or something so that you can pay back. So those planning, long-term planning have to be done, you know, at the city level to make sure that we have enough funds. By the time we complete this, there's definitely another upgrade that is required.
So one of the things maybe this is something for discussion, but I wanted to ask, do we have a 2004 sewer master plan, 20 years ago?
I believe we do have a 2008.
2008 master plan.
Yeah.
And from 2008 to now, in theory, we would have been putting money aside, asked our residents to pay a little bit extra more to pay for tomorrow, right? But now we're having to reach back and pay for the past and pay for the forward.
Some for the reserves, yes.
I see. Okay, well, those are my questions. I think maybe we have a discussion.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Mr. Fisher, Mr. Mishra, this is the third time I hear this. I was I was in the audience for the workshop, and I very, very much appreciated the explanation and the further study that I think one has to do beyond an initial presentation, which was had here in council on May 21st. And at that time, all that the council was asked to do was to accept the reports, and then in addition to give direction so that the notice would go out to the public. My comments are going to be a mix of reaction to what I have observed as well as questions to you. So I'll get to the questions. I think that's the first part. This 18 million, the proposed item D as in David that we see on this presentation that you gave us, Director Mishra, those 18 million then cover the kinds of projects, CIP projects. The CIP project is a bucket, and in that bucket are the sewer treatment plant.
Yes, it is.
Okay? And sewer mains
Yes,
citywide,
that's right.
and operations and management of the treatment plant, of which we own. Not
yeah.
exclusively, but, or
Yeah.
do we? As
Roughly 50%, yes.
we own it exclusively.
No,
It's half and half.
half and half.
Okay, all right. So those 18 million are an estimate. What I'm thinking about is something that you said, you have not yet looked in detail what of the projects, among the projects, will actually fulfill, my words now, what we need to do as a city to meet regulatory requirements. So it could be more than 18 million, it could be less than 18 million.
Yes.
And when would we find that out?
That would be during when we approve the CIP plan every year. I would have a better understanding. Maybe you would have done some of the preliminary engineering work to understand which projects are really need to move forward now, and it's a risk if we don't, it may fail. Those are the CIPs will be the time when I would be able to give more concrete estimation of those projects that are necessary or it can be delayed.
Are there any projects in the CIP now? Because we don't, in the audience and here on council, we don't have the budget that we just adopted and all these different documents that we often have to refer to. So are the projects in the CIP that we adopted a budget for fiscal year 24, 25, which we just started, are those projects in addition to the 18 million, the first year projects in 24, 25, will that give you information about whether that 18 million that's an estimate right now will be bigger or smaller?
So the $8.2 million expenditure, what I saw here in 2025, that project is underway right now. And what we have to do during our normal operation and maintenance to figure out the rest of the projects that we are planning for next fiscal year or future, to complete some of the investigation work to confirm whether those projects are necessary right now immediately, can it be delayed, or some other kinds of repair can be done. So those investigations are not complete. But what I know that yes, we need a sewer lift station which we need to upgrade. That I know I can tell you.
And we've been having that on the CIP plans for at
Yes,
least
for
since I started on council 4 years ago.
Yeah,
And it's more than $1 million, I believe, and we
close to 2 million. Yes.
continually hire temporarily during the fall season or during the rainy season
Yeah.
to try to keep from overflow, at least in one part of town.
Yeah.
Okay, fortunately, we don't have similar situation in other parts of town
No.
yet. But there's potential for that, which is why we have the reserves.
That's right.
Okay, and why 12 million in reserves?
So $12 million actually comes from a $7 million for the treatment plant, which can need actually some significant equipments or structures in a earthquake or something is broken. We may have to actually rent some temporary systems. We may have to fix something. We may have to order some parts. And those are the capital we must have in our hand to be able to do something during a major scenario where some of the treatment facilities don't function just like that.
So we may, as a city, need to have it cash in hand. If we didn't have that much, let's say we drop down to $8 million in reserves, where would that other $4 million come from on the spot at the time that such an incident could occur or might occur? But we don't know whether it will occur.
Yeah, we don't. It's all that's financial planning and emergency planning. Where because it's a critical infrastructure, you would want to keep a certain amount of dollars. Suppose we don't have it, we may have to borrow from our general fund or some other fund the city may have.
Well, we know we can't from the general fund because we
That's
just
right.
try to fill the gap. So what other options? And I want us to hear it as well as the public hear it.
I don't think there are many good options because loans may not be available right away. But FEMA and other federal authorities, they would step in, but nobody gives the funds up front. They will reimburse you at the later date. And if we don't have the funds, we are really borrowing from a private party at that point at a huge interest rate and asking for reimbursement later.
Okay, but that is still a possibility. So one of the things that I'm thinking about is this 18 million really is about having cash on hand, right?
No, the 18 million is the CIP projects, how much we can do. 12 million is what the reserve I'm talking about. Yeah.
12 million is
12
what we
million,
want, and that's what the increased rates would yield.
No, the increased rates would actually fund the 18 million CIP and would also help us keep the 12 million reserve.
Okay, so 18 plus 12, 30.
30, that's right.
Thank you. All right. Now, something that came up during the workshop, which I thought was a reasonable question, is and also helps instruct us as to how cities can finance, given the options that cities have to obtain money, and what type of money, and whether it can be obtained in the short term, or whether it has to be in the long term, and then we have to pay interest, or, again, that debt service that already we have. how much, remind us of how much debt service we have with regard to CIP projects?
I believe it was only for the wastewater treatment plant. Give me a second. Our loan,
Total is about $1.5 million, a little over $1.5 million.
yeah, it's $1.6 million is our debt service.
Okay, so if I were to propose that we try to meet that 30 million with a combination of increased rates and a loan of some sort, would that require you to go back and think about which of these projects would fit best under a loan kind of financing versus having available cash on hand? Because that was one of the questions and I think issues that came up during the workshop is why are we asking for this increase in rates as cash readily available to us meaning city, so that the projects can be done? Couldn't we have an alternative kind of financing?
Oh, no, we surely can have alternative financing. That's not a problem. But it is because it is a service that we provide to the ratepayers, it's probably the least expensive is to do it at the cash. But city can actually, if this is a burden, and city can definitely go back and ask for a SRF loan, and we pay over 30 years the way we actually trying to do for the wastewater treatment plant. That can be, but ultimately the total cost of loan that we're going to repay, it is still going to be borne by the ratepayers. It doesn't matter if it's in 5 years or 30 years. We still, yeah.
Yeah, and it could be the ratepayers who are present today.
Yeah.
And or
Future ratepayers, yeah.
future ratepayers. Somebody's going to pay.
Somebody has to pay, yes.
Somebody's going to pay, and at some point, we have to pay because the infrastructure, those large structures that are currently keeping our water as clean as possible for consumption and or for the bay.
So these are mostly discharged to the once it is treated. Ours is a secondary treatment plant. Once it is treated, it is discharged into the deep discharge locations in the rodeo.
Okay. So that is why there are a lot of regulations related to upkeep of the treatment plant.
That is correct. And I know maybe some of the council members are aware that the recent regulations, I believe a few days ago, Water Board has also added new regulations for the water treatment plant. And it is mandated right now, which will be published soon. The board voted to have all the sewer facilities around the San Francisco Bay areas to reduce their nutrient levels by 40%. And those are not being discussed. We haven't got to figure out how much that's going to cost us, what that will take. Regulations are changing. The future costs going to increase, for the plant operation.
Earlier, Councilmember Murphy asked a question, and pardon me if I don't remember exactly, but it involved your preparation needing 3 months to come back to council and give us some answers, so that I figure here we are in July, that takes us into October, and yet the increase in rates, if they are to go, and are they? Is the county expecting something by given Proposition 2018? Did I get that number correct?
Yes.
Is there an expectation that we submit something by a certain time, and that's something being proposed, the actual figure of rates?
Yes.
For our city? That expectation is by when and from whom?
First week of August, so that it can be rolled into the county's tax roll, property tax roll.
So we really just have a month to figure this out?
No, we have less than that.
Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so that is the urgency that we're faced with. Okay, on the other hand, the flip side of that, the kind of situation that we would have found ideal and why so many people were brought out with questions and what led to the workshop, which thank you for having that, is that the information that was on that one letter could easily have been missed. and the requirement to have, what was it, 3,200 letters of protest by today, by the time we're done with this hearing, which might be in half an hour, was going to be nearly impossible.
That's right.
Okay, so very impractical, we know that. But we had to proceed, and we did as best we can. Okay, so given the situation that we did not have the ideal level of communication in our engagement, and we're now with the deadline of last week of August, to prepare something.
No, first week of August.
First week of August. Like, I keep wanting more time. Okay, I think we all want more time, right? And we also don't want any more increase in rates. And we also don't want our infrastructure to deteriorate, but it has. And we also would wish that another council might have made the decision to increase the rates a little bit over time, but it hasn't. So here we are in the situation today. Okay. I tell you that personally, I got a letter and I saw it and I thought, okay, everything's going up. And this is just one of those others, but that's oversimplifying it. So the concern about whether people can afford it or not is a very real one, beyond just taking a look at the letter or putting it away or not understanding it or not thinking that it's going to be something that is going to affect our personal finances. But it will. So does Proposition 2018 have any language in it that keeps us from having different levels of rates by level of income, say, or whatever criteria exists, such as like what PG&E does with the CARE program for energy use?
Yes, ma'am. It's specifically prohibited under Proposition 218 because the rates have to be based specifically and only on the cost of service. So income and cannot be taken into account. There are a few cities who do have assistance programs, but the funding for that assistance program has to come from some other source, typically the general fund. It can't come from within the utility because that would essentially mean other ratepayers are subsidizing the service for those who are getting a discount for whether it's low income or senior citizen or whatever it is. So that's kind of restricted by the requirements of Prop 218 that the rates have to only be based on the cost of service and cannot be less than or more than the proportionate cost of service for each group of customers.
Okay, that's a hard reality to hear. However, we cannot be in the only city that faces that. So are you at all acquainted with how other cities manage to accommodate, if you will? You use the word subsidize, and certainly that's what it would be. Some people will subsidize others. It's not unique. It's not a unique situation. We do that often with all kinds of other programs. I know that's a general statement, but other cities that have certain demographics such that some residents might find it burdensome, let alone the demographics, one of the issues that came up, not issues, that is not the right word, one of the realities that came up during the workshop and does in other instances when there are increases in the cost of things is that some people just cannot afford, right? Cannot afford relative to what they might be paying last year or their life circumstances change. It happens. Things happen. And we end up in life situations that might be different from expected. And so that also has an additional burden adds an additional burden to what we might perceive as unaffordable. So I know I'm guessing that you probably kept to studying the numbers, the cost of things, and how we might meet that cost. Would you like to leave it up, or do you leave it up to us to think about the possibilities or the ways that we can manage meeting those costs while at the same time addressing what might be regarded as an income burden or financial burden to some of our residents? Another way of asking you that is, it's up to us then to try to direct you to look at that. And on the other hand, you just made a point, Mr. Fisher, that I think we have to be realistic about, and that is the proposition prohibits us from modifying those rates. They have to be the same to everyone, regardless of their income levels.
So yeah, within the scope of what we looked at was strictly within the enterprise itself, within the sewer enterprise. And so, we have to look at the cost of that the city incurs for all of the providing the service, the maintenance, the operations, the capital projects, the repayment of debt, all of those things, and then strictly at the customers, and then allocate those costs in a way to customers that reflects their proportionate cost of service. Any decision beyond the scope of the enterprise itself is a policy decision that the council would make of whether to develop a discount program. And you asked, ma'am, whether other cities do this. And surprisingly few, because Prop 218 is restrictive in that money in the enterprise can't be used for that. It has to come from some other source, i.e. typically general fund. It's a difficult policy decision. As you mentioned, you're plugging a general fund gap in your budget as it is. So there are a few, and I know there are some Bay Area cities that do it, and it's, none that I've worked with personally, but that would be a policy decision that the council would make of whether to set up some sort of assistance program for, and that you mentioned the PG&E, measurables, income measurables is one that I've seen used as an example. The discounts will be modeled after eligibility under PG&E eligibility guidelines. So, but again, yes, you're correct. That would be a policy decision that the council would have to take up and analyze separately outside the scope of the utility analysis that we did.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to keep things separate, but on the other hand, they are related. And the next item on the agenda tonight is related to us as a city trying to acquire more revenues, so that in the event that we might even meet the gap that our general fund has, we might, if we get even surpass that, we might have a little bit about which we can decide, including assistance for this. But this is just one of many different needs that our city has. I could tell you the story of how my arm happened, but I'm not sure that we want to go there entirely. That has to do with with our park maintenance. Okay, that's it for me.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back to Councilmember.
I just had one question. Do any agencies tie the sewer rate to the water usage? And what would that equate to for Pinole?
Some do. And you would get the water. What do you mean? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by how.
So if my water bill says I used 1,000 gallons of water, that in theory that water went somewhere, right? And there's a percentage of what we would consider going to the plant. Can it be based on usage?
Some cities do that, yes. So you can conduct an analysis of the water usage during the winter period when irrigation typically is minimal.
Okay.
And you look at, it's called a winter quarter average approach, where you look at those months and you figure out a rate per unit of flow, and then you base sewer bills on that water flow for customers, that's already factored down to account for, what doesn't get returned back to the sewer system. It's somewhat complicated for Pinole in that you bill annually. So, typically cities that do that bill monthly or bi-monthly, so they're getting more real-time water use. But it is done occasionally. I wouldn't say it's a majority. There's a lot of cities that bill at a flat rate for residential customers.
Maybe for discussion, because I'm just thinking that's at least people will have some control over the money that's going out versus us taking these large averages. But I guess it's a discussion that we'll have afterwards.
Yeah, I'll bring up some discussion that I had this weekend on that very topic, but not right now. Just for questions now, if we were to fall below $12 million on our reserve, does that affect the city's bond ratings and ability to draw down, to get loans?
Well, I can speak in general terms since we're not acting as the city's financial advisor, and there's specific laws now about that. But typically policy is what drives funded reserves. So not a regulatory requirement, but a policy guideline that the council establishes. The more I guess the more specific thing that would affect the credit worthiness or credit evaluation of the city would be not meeting that debt service coverage requirement. That's something that lenders would look at. But certainly level of reserves is something the financial markets and lenders would potentially look at, and well-funded reserves are looked at more favorably by financial markets. And again, that's a general statement since we're not acting as the city's financial advisor, but in general, better funded reserves would get more favorable review from the financial markets, and as a result of that, lower interest rates when you go out for borrowing.
Thank you. And the other council members asked the questions that I would have been asking, and also the questions that were asked at the workshop were very helpful. And I want to thank you both for participating in that, because I think that the community got a lot of questions answered on that, especially taking a look at, options that were introduced. And I want to just double check and make sure that if we were to, instead of the proposed option, which is a 17.5% for the first 2 years and 15% increase for the remaining 3 years, if instead we increased, according to option D, that's an 8% each year over the next 5 years, which is more consistent with, it's more palatable. It's not great, but it's more palatable for people in planning how they're going to, pay their taxes. But with that, if you can just confirm that the capital improvement plan projects, the CIPs, would go from 28 million during that period down to 18 million during that period. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's my rough estimate from what we have the study, that we'll be able to afford 18 millions worth of capital projects.
Okay, and then I'm just going to ask one more question, then we'll open it up to the public. In that, I'm hearing a lot from residents, from friends out in Central Sanitary District region, and they're being hit with the new requirements from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, regarding the nutrients that are, outflowing into the bay. Are you able to tell us if we're within what the new requirements, the new limitations would be if the regional board was to, come knocking at our door, next week? 2.0, 2.0. Yeah.
No, I won't be able to tell you exactly, but I did have a discussion with our wastewater treatment plant manager, who actually attended that 7-hour meeting with the Regional Water Quality Board on this particular topic on that day. We didn't expect actually a broad brush. A lot of smaller plants like our size should not have been to do actually this. The line that they draw is that, okay, everybody got to go 40% less. So what that means is that, I'm just going to throw some figure. If Central San was at 10, they got to reduce 40 at 6. But we are actually below 2. But we still have to reduce another 40%, and that's really for smaller plants. That's we're actually better than Central San, and even if after 20, but they did not. A lot of actually smaller wastewater treatment plants presented their views. They're saying that one size fits all is not fair. It does not really benefit. But finally, that's how the board voted. And we will be doing this analysis for our plant. I will have something for council discussion maybe a little bit in the future, but I don't have a great estimate right now.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mayor, I just have one quick
Yes.
question
Go
after
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Director Mishra, earlier you mentioned some dependencies around timeline. I'm not seeing the staff report around like a timeline, nor did I see a presentation. Can you elevate that again for me? What are the dependency timelines we're looking at? You mentioned August as it relates to the county. Could you say more about what we're looking at?
Oh, that's for the tax roll. County asks us to provide them the details of each parcel and how much it is going to be charged for the sewer rate. And we must submit to them by August 9th, I believe, for this year. And to get to there, if we don't get a decision by today, we won't be able to, calculate the details of each parcels to provide those to the county.
For the property tax collection.
Property tax collection.
2025.
Yes.
And if we don't meet that deadline, what happens?
Then it will not be able to put the sewer rates, the increase, but we'll be able to charge whatever it was last year, and that's what it will go to the tax roll.
For the year of 2025. So if we didn't hit that deadline but move forward with one of your proposals, for example, we would just be looking at the 2026 year for the first collection of assessments or
That's the decision council has to make when it is effective and how to collect. But then, if we're going to adopt this, but then you say collect now in 2026, you'll be asking them the increase and the 2026. So it will be a bigger burden at the same time.
Okay. So what I'm hearing from you is that it's not necessarily that whether or not we move forward with a fee increase today, what I'm hearing from you is the dependency around the county is just generally communication on when those fees are actually collected during the property tax collection.
That's correct.
Assessment. Okay, thank you.
Is that great?
If I can just note, just clarify that. So we have to notify the county assessor's office of the fee increase by early August, and that gets placed on the fiscal year 24-25 tax bill, which the first payment of that is due by December 10th, and then the second one, installation, is April 10th. Okay.
Exactly. So, and speaking to your question again, Councilmember Murphy, that the information is due, it's August 10th, or if that falls on a weekend, they'll typically roll it to the following Monday, whenever it is. And whether the rates go up or not, the information has to be provided to the county by August 10th. So in either case, whether if the council decided not to change the rates at all, then the old rates would be submitted to the county by August 10th, and then they would go on the tax bill and be paid according to the schedule that you outlined there, Mayor. Or if the rates are increased, whatever that increase is, whether you selected the original proposal or one of the alternatives that Sanjay outlined, that would be, whatever that is, would be submitted by August 10th and go on the tax bill for collections in the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Thank you for the clarity. The reason I asked about that question is largely because what I heard from you earlier was that in some ways that if we didn't move forward by August 10th in terms of giving information to the county assessor, that we would have to start the process over. It sounded like that. So what I'm hearing from you is that we wouldn't have to, for example, even if we didn't, continue today with the status quo, we wouldn't necessarily have to do a new, sewer study, for example, which has already incurred costs. Obviously, we needed it, but again, just didn't want to start the process completely over as we consider our options. So thank you.
Well, maybe just a quick point of clarification. If the council didn't adopt any new rates, then in order to adopt a rate increase at some point, you'd have to go through a public hearing process.
I understand.
Okay.
I got that part. I just wanted to make sure that the study was the biggest piece of it because we're doing this every 3 to 5 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to open up the public hearing, and if we can ask folks, if you can call out the 3 speakers at a time, and if you can just, be ready to come down. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have about 10 cards for in-person speakers right now. The first 3 are Gustavo Carrillo, Rafael Menez, and Sheldon Cole.
Test. Good afternoon, Council. Appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak. I am a resident of Pinole. Been Pinole resident for about 3 years now, come September. Part of my interest in the rate study, besides it impacting my pocketbook, was really, as I was looking through the rate study itself, some inconsistencies that I saw between the rate study, the sanitation master plan, and then as I started digging into it, I started reaching for straws and jumped all the way into the long-term financial plan. And so this is not much different from what you guys have talked about in terms of how it impacts rates and the local community. But one of the things that really stood out to me was that when you look at the city's long-term financial plan, it basically projected a 0.44% population growth year over year. And so when you compare that to what the sanitary sewer master plan shows for population growth, it's vastly different. It's about 10%. So, you know, a lot of the assumptions that went into the COSA itself, they rely, from my understanding, and I'm not an expert on it, it seems to rely heavily on the sanitary sewer master plan for a lot of the population growth and analysis for determining your rate capacity and what you need in terms of infrastructure. So it's more just a talking point, you know, for the council to consider that when you are doing these kinds of studies that we're actually coordinating between all of the documents that the city publishes on, you know, its regular occurrence. I do want to acknowledge the level of effort that Sanjay is doing with all of this. It's my understanding that he is short-staffed and has been for some time, and so it's a big responsibility to help kind of manage all these documents and make sure that, you know, at the end of the day, us as the ratepayers getting our money's worth. And so I do think it's worth a credit, you know, giving a couple notes to Sanjay for the level of effort he's put in. A couple other things real quick in my last minute. You know, you guys have been talking about debt service coverage ratio. You know, policy is 1.5. By the time 5 years hits, you'll be nearly 5. And that's assuming there's no delays in construction or any of the execution of the projects because of some of the limitations you have with recruitment right now on the CIP standpoint. And so I would encourage you to consider a lower rate increase and then reevaluate through a new COSA in the next term period, which would be at the earliest 3 years, at the latest 5 years, right? So proceed with, I think, to Sanjay's recommendation, 8% year over year until year 3, and then you do your next COSA analysis. That would also allow you to reevaluate what this new watershed permit would require. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mass. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments on this item tonight. First off, I'd like to draw everybody's attention to Table 7.3 in the Sanitary Sewer Master Plan, the Capital Improvement Program Summary, which in particular notes the proportion of cost that should be assigned to existing users versus the proportion that should be assigned to future users. Over and over again, you see far more cost associated with existing users than with future ones. So to say that the costs in this rate study are based on what future people are going to need to pay, no. The costs are in order to prevent flooding from the Pinion 1 project, the Pinion 2 project, the Tenant 1 project, the Tenant 2 project, the Pinole Valley 1 project, the Pinole Valley Road 2 project, and South 1 project, as well as South 5. All of those aren't just within 3 feet of the machine room. All of those are flooding, apart from future requirements set up by various regional boards. I also am curious if Director Mishra could answer as to whether the regional boards have started to propose requirements for the removal of PFAS from wastewater, because I noticed there was a mention of nitrogen and other waste, but I wasn't sure whether that was yet incorporating PFAS reduction requirements or not. Secondarily, I noticed in one of the written letters there was a comment about basically the notices that were sent out not having a ballot with it that was required per the Government Code Section 53753. And I was curious whether the city attorney could reply as to whether the form sent out also had the ballots attached as required by the state constitution and law. Let's see. Thirdly, I'd like to note that, effectively speaking, people can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong in this, but our effective rate increase for the past 2 years, so 22, 23, maybe even 3 years, 24, has been 0% rate increase. So if we're talking about average rate increases, the fact that we haven't had a rate increase for several years has had a major impact on both the level of the reserves to draw down from and on the amount that things need to rise. So if we're saying, okay, we need to stall for yet another year, that's what, either 3 or 4 years at 0% increase, and then eventually when the rates do start to increase, it's going to need to go up even more to cover that. So I think that the council should take the fact that rates have not gone up for a few years into consideration when it's calculating averages and other such effects. Thank you.
And who are the, after this gentleman, who do we have next?
Janet Wilkes, Mark Zimmerman, and Frankie Martinez.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Council. I want to thank you for a couple of things. Having that study session on the 2nd was very informative, and I really want to thank you for moving this up on your agenda tonight. I personally appreciate it a great deal. I'm going to try to be quick because I know you have a lot of people to hear from. The amount of the increase, of course, is huge, and we suspect there are a lot of people in Pinole who are going to have serious problems paying for it. My sense is what you have before you now in the thing that you're supposed to vote on is kind of an ideal wish list of all the projects that can be identified at this moment in time and the ideal way of paying for it, which is cash on the barrelhead. And I applaud the approach to fiscal conservatism, but it's going to hurt. What I want to do is suggest a way to approach this to be constructive, and that would be to have policy objectives in 3 areas. One, the actual project items themselves. How do you decide which ones rise to the top? What policies can you give to our folks and staff to work with? Second, timing of those projects. Maybe some can be moved out. There was that suggestion earlier. Some need to be pulled in. Another policy objective. The third, how to pay for it. There are probably tens of thousands of ways of mixing and matching these things, combinations and permutations of those things, but if you don't have a policy objective to help you work through it, then you're kind of swimming. And I'm really surprised tonight to know what a short time frame we have to make these decisions. But it is what it is. You got to deal with it the way it lays. One other thing that jumped out of that July 2nd issue was population decrease. We know the state population has decreased. We've lost a representative in Washington. We know the Bay Area population is decreasing, and we sure as heck know that the school population is decreasing. So just something to keep in the back of your mind, if some of these projects are put forward with an assumption of a continuous population increase, maybe that's to be questioned. Also, it seems to me there ought to be a sunset date on a rate increase. Thanks.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, staff, Pinole residents. I'm Janet Wilkes. I'm a Pinole property owner and resident. My property is served by the Pinole wastewater plant. Just to answer a question, ballots were not included in the notification. The proposed sewer plan calls for property owners to replace their home sewer lines if the city deems that necessary. The approximate expense is $10,000 per property owner. Ergo, the proposed rate increase should be as lean as possible because many property owners will face an additional $10,000 expense. Pinole residents are paying attention to this issue. There are more than 2,500 hits on Nextdoor and just one person supporting the full increase. Several Pinole tax proposals are slated for the November ballot. A hasty $1,000 sewer rate increase will impact voters' consideration of other issues, as well as some council members' reelection efforts. Overreaching could mean that nothing passes, taxpayers and voters tend to have an all or nothing mentality. The base cost of the project is $32 million. Through contingencies, the project balloons to $65 million. Poor planning seems to be the root of the inflated rate increase. Council is urged to choose projects based on completed pipe inspections and risk assessment, together with the use of new and less expensive piping rehabilitation methods, and to use fiscal year 24-25 to better plan the project and the rate increase. Then in fiscal year 25-26, impose a reasonable rate increase for a well-planned project funded over 20 to 30 years. Council is urged to commit to semi-annual project reports and a completion report to show the status and comparison of forecasted and actual costs associated with the projects. For all council decisions on this matter, council is urged to formalize decisions by adopting resolutions. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Mark Zimmerman, and I just have 3 points in 3 minutes. Number one, there's a service life for sewers. It's appropriate to match sewer rates to the users of the system. I encourage council to spread out the sewer rate increase over more years via the use of a bond, so future users will pay some of the costs. The current proposal requires all cash revenue for the next 5 years, when the capital improvements will be used for 50, 100, as long as we can possibly use them for. The proposed sewer rate increase unfairly burdens existing users. Financing options need to be explored with a proposal from the city's finance director. Also, the various contingency plans and options that the Public Works Director introduced for the first time on July 2nd and discussed tonight at the workshop also need to be evaluated. Number two, the proposed capital projects are based on incomplete sewer inspections. The Public Works Director stated at the workshop that only 11 miles of Pinole's 50 miles of sewers have been inspected by closed circuit TV. The sewer master plan recommends, quote, the inspection program should be used to identify the pipes most in need of rehab and replacement. Additionally, a long-term risk assessment should be completed to identify long-term rehab and replacement projects and funding needs. Once the city completes the CCTV inspection and has a better idea of the condition of the collection system, the length and total cost can be determined, unquote. So, given that the city has completed only 20% of the CCTV inspections and a risk assessment has not been done, council should defer the sewer rate increase for 1 year until the city complies with the sewer master plan. The city will then know the condition of the collection system so that the cost can be accurately determined instead of applying an 85% contingency on all projects, which is causing an inflated cost estimate and resulting in the need for excessive revenues. Finally, number three, the proposed sewer rate increase is 111% over the 5 years, and that's $1,000 to the residential property tax bills. Every council member should be concerned that Pinole residents and voters not be burdened by an increase that far exceeds the 30-year average of 7%, during which time the treatment plant was upgraded. We talk about affordable housing. Well, a 111% increase does not contribute to affordable housing. Let's make Pinole more affordable for everyone by deferring the sewer rate increase for just 1 year.
Thank you.
After this speaker is Danielle Hall, Kathy McFarland, and Allison Cadillo.
Good evening, City Council, Pinole residents, and Madam Mayor. Nice to see you. I'd like to address item 10A, the adoption of the sewer rate increase. I want to acknowledge the fact that our city is over 120 years old. So this infrastructure is rather dated. We know that, right? So the maintenance on this infrastructure is critical to all of us. And I'm in support of this rate increase reluctantly because I know we need to address this critical infrastructure that we are all using every day. We cannot pass this off to another generation, as has been with the past elected officials. I would like to thank our new council leadership for identifying the problems with the infrastructure through the new master CIP plan. Thank you, Director Mishra. I do believe that there's more work that can be done so that we have a much better understanding of what infrastructure is really critical for replacement now and what can we defer for a future date. So more importantly, I'd like to talk about and raise concerns and get answers to the process of how this issue was brought before the council and more importantly, introduced to all of us citizens here in Pinole. I think we could have done a much better job. So what I'd like to cite is some of the excellent communication examples that we had recently. We know the city staff and council have worked well to roll out various communication practices throughout the community, and that's that balancing act information that we received. We had information on the new community corner and allowed us to give feedback and input on that, as well as our new city logo. These are excellent examples of proper engagement with this community. I'm raising my concerns regarding the sewer rate increase because it did not follow the best communication processes that we have had in practice. So we need better accountability. Madam Mayor, this is happening under your leadership. This is critical to all of us in here. We can't have infrastructure failing on us. So I'm asking now that if there's any way to postpone item 10A at this time, give us a little bit more time to look at the infrastructure, find out exactly what's failing or can fail, and allow us to put together a plan of action that allows us to not increase such a burden on the community, and find a way potentially to help our senior citizens that are on fixed income that may not be able to afford these increases. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Danielle Hall, and I'm also a community member here with the rest of my community. And I feel like all you guys are doing a really good job, Council, and also the planner of the sewer. However, I do also agree that we need to look to this a little bit deeper as far as what are we going to do to see if there's any other companies we can look into that do the inspections. Maybe we need to get a second opinion. Also as well, I also think that we need to improve our reserve. We don't want to touch our reserve. I think that would be a critical thing for the city. How can we improve our reserve may be another option that we might look into before we start spending money. We don't want to deplete what we need to have on reserve. I've seen that happen in other cities, and that's not a good idea. I understand that he's low with not enough workers, so that's also a negative. I also think we should look into more grants. Should we notify the state? We need to really comb through that and look and see what other options that we have. Also as well, and I don't know if everything has been looked into. And so other than that, I think tonight you guys covered a lot. I didn't get a ballot either. But I still think that a lot of the questions that were asked were really vital to, Pinole's infrastructure. Do I want to be able to flush my toilet? Of course I do. I know we do have new development in the area, and I appreciate that as well. And I don't know how that is going to impact the rest of our community, but I'm sure it's going to have some type of impact. And for me, that's about it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy McFarland. I'm a 14-year resident of Pinole, and most of us all live on limited incomes, whether we're working, disability, seniors, and the proposed rate is after 5 years at 110%. Nobody's income is increased at 110%, no matter what you work at or what you do. And for the ones that have the non-residential at over a 400% increase, Those are, I'm assuming, mostly businesses. And that's going to incur a 76,000 increase. If I was a business, I would not be doing business at Pinole, because this is just one item of many that we all have to live by. This is just sewer. We have house, we have insurance, we have all the other living expenses. And the city of Pinole has now implicated their pro-housing at 618 units. What kind of impact is that having on our sewer, knowing that we already got issues at certain points, and now we're adding another 618 units to our sewer system, and also our traffic? The pro-housing itself is an issue because 40 years ago, when my father-in-law had property in Pinole, that was one of the main things, is preserving this town, the small quality, the whole work of being in a small town. And now it's just like, now we're all packed in like sardines, people running over one another. You can't even go down Pinole Valley Road, especially during commute time, because it's so packed and you're at least a half an hour going from one point to another. All this impacts the way our city's being viewed, run, and taken care of. And with all these new units, what happens to the infrastructure? How much money are we getting from 618 units? How much money is that going to be paying for all these current upgrades and all the new additional users? Thank you.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, my name is Allison Carrillo. I'm a 3-year resident, so long time. I had a lot of prepared statements, but I think a lot of the questions or similar questions were asked tonight. But I did want to start with maybe suggesting to council to ask staff to clarify the difference between existing users, future users, current ratepayers, and future ratepayers. I think that's caused some confusion here with what that is, because those are actually very different. Second of all, talking a little bit about further explanation on sewer rates and kind of rate studies, financial plans. I want to bring up the earlier discussion about the 2 sewer bonds that we currently have that we're paying off. One of which is a refund. I'm sure there was a term used that I did not catch, but that was for, I searched this up, that was for a 2006 bond for about $10 million that we, in 2016, saw an increase in benefits to us to rebond in order to reduce interest rates. So looking at bonding and current interest rates, we have to be aware that cities also have the opportunity, if we come in at a higher interest rate time, that there is the opportunity for a later decrease. That doesn't stop us from doing that. Beyond that, talking about deferred maintenance. So the cost that we and most other sewer ratepayers around the country are facing is really for capital renewal and regulatory landscape that's changed. So I think while there may be recent deferred maintenance, a plan previously, I did not look into the 2018 or any of the earlier plans. The fact of the matter is that sewers have a 50 to 100-year lifespan. We've now reached probably close to that 100-year. The need for capital renewal plus changes in regulatory landscape cannot be funded by cash alone. And it's not fair to say that previous residents did not pay their fair share, because they paid their fair share for what was being requested of them at the time. So ultimately, I think we need to focus on how to manage the system we own in the condition it is and move forward in a measured and equitable manner so that it's assessed long-term over an anticipated lifetime of benefits. That we're not asking me, living here for 3 years, to pay fully, well, say me for the next 5 years, to pay fully for something that will benefit all of us for 30, 50, 100. And we do need to support reinvestments, improve our maintenance, but that really comes with an extreme outset of costs at the end of lifespans. I mean, you've heard of people who have had to replumb their house. This is similar to what we're facing now. Thank you.
The next speakers are Travis Lund, Yvette Rico, Winnie Baird, and Irma Ruport.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Travis Lund. I am a Pinole resident. My wife and I moved here in 2016. We love living in Pinole. But when I got this letter, we were sort of disappointed by the information here. And we bought our house like a lot of other people do here on a 30-year mortgage. And while this might not be a tax, my mortgage company doesn't consider that. They take it out of my monthly bill and they put it in an escrow account, and I pay it, much like I would imagine a good percentage of other Pinole residents do. And so this isn't an option for me not to pay it or put it off next month or put it on a credit card. It's a bill, and it'll be a bill for me. It'll be a bill for every renter that is in the city, and every person who's on a fixed income. And so I don't think this is an equitable way to do it. I like the gentleman's idea. My wife and I don't have kids. We had unfortunate circumstances, but my neighbor has 7 people living in the same size house. So why do I have to pay the same for my sewer as the person next door to me with 7 people? That's an expensive poop. Okay? Keep it light a little bit, right? And so I admire the gentleman's ambitions and his desire for financial stability with the city sewer system. However, the level of a capital improvement, as well as the planned savings that we're doing, seems a little out of formula. I'm going to borrow $30 million, but I'm going to keep $12 million in reserve. That's a luxury that most household families don't have at that percentage. I certainly don't. And I manage property too. And so what I can tell you is that most deferred maintenance, if is a cause of either, it's always management. It's either operational or poor financial management or poor governance management. And I realize most of you weren't here for most of the poor decisions that were probably made around this. But if we're not going to budget, if we don't have a budget for the next level of capital improvement that we're already paying for, then we're already making a mistake. We should be budgeting for this every year, and we should know well ahead what these plans are. And there's no way that we should be making expenditures in cash for this sort of capital improvement. These people are all correct in that. And that we're under some kind of pressure is an illusion that we've been made, that we're being told, right? There may be capital improvements and things that we need to do today, and we can certainly come up with short-term planning to do that. I understand that most cities in California are behind the 8 ball right now. The state's not giving them funding as they had in the past, but that will too pass, right? We can't force the current citizens to pay for things that will go on for 50 or 100 years, as the woman just said, in a 5-year span. It's not equitable, and it's certainly not fair. And the way that this has been done has certainly not been transparent for the community. None of my neighbors knew this was happening. And I appreciate that you sent a letter, but not everybody got it. So, I really hope that we can put this off for a minute, and as well as that it may be a palatable increase, that doesn't make it justifiable. Thank you.
Yvette Rico. Thank you.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff, and I don't believe our new city manager is here today, but our current city manager, Mr. Gang. My name is Yvette Rico, and I have lived in Pinole for 53 years. The home I live in is it was built in 1971, so I know that the pipes beneath my home are deteriorating. I'm an old person, my pipes are deteriorating, but I make sure that I take care of my pipes. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem as if some of our former leaders took care of our pipes. We have deferred maintenance that's really exorbitant. We have the deteriorating sewers that Mayor Towns has been focused on for some time now. The members of this council were not a part of these decisions. These decisions were made over a period of 20 years, and that infrastructure was allowed to deteriorate. There was nothing done to mitigate the problem, and it was just a Band-Aid solution to an incredibly large problem. So for those people who are talking about reelection, none of the people who are being reelected this year have anything to do with this issue. And the problem is that we have to pay the piper for the mistakes, the negligence that was made over the last 20 years by people who did not address the problem sufficiently or adequately. So it's taken far too long, and we've been circling the drain and kicking the can down the road. So I applaud this council for standing here and taking responsibility for something that no one has taken responsibility for over 20 years. And I am confident that you will listen to this community. I have heard some wonderful comments by these people who I have never seen before. I've lived here a long time. They're new, but as soon as you talk money, everybody shows up. And that's what's happening now. And so please take all their opinions into consideration, consider all the options. We know it's painful. It's very painful for us senior citizens, which I am a part of. And I have all the confidence in this council that you will do the right thing. Thank you.
Winnie Baird.
Hi, I grew up in the original Hercules and moved real far to Pinole. Lived here 55 years. Being a senior, my increase from Social Security is maybe 2% per year. This 12 million reserve, you're taking money from my reserve. And I don't feel that's fair. For it to be repaired in 30 to 50 years, I'll be dead. So, all that being said, and when I saw the report, and you have annual charges or whatever, and someone on here mentioned Larkspur in San Francisco, Pinole's income brackets, do not touch those. That is not a fair comparison. That's like putting an apple to caviar. And I think increases have to be looked at, even for the seniors, because some of us maybe have saved and have some income or savings, but it's like, then you're penalizing me because of that. I don't think the report has enough information. I'm sorry, but I think there's a lot of things I have questions. I never received a letter about a committee meeting, because I would have been down there and wanting to know more information. But thank you for at least listening to my complaints. But I think other things have to be done. And if we have to use some of that reserve, well, I'm using my reserve to pay all these taxes. Thank you.
Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. I've lived here over 48 years, and I can tell you, I echo everybody's sentiment here. I have never seen so many people in the council. I've been coming here for the last 30, 40 years, issues in my neighborhood. I love it. Get involved, please. Let's not stay idle. We need you here. What I did was I echo their sentiments. So I'm not going to repeat what they've said. However, my concerns, Mayor, is the background of this sewer rate. This was adopted July 17, 2018, 5-year rate structure for sewer user fees by Wilden Financial prepared an analysis of the sewer rates. Primary need to analyze rates to address means to fund required improvements to the Pinole Hercules and water pollution plant. The primary need to analyze this rate was to address means to fund required improvements to the sewer collection system as recommended by the sanitary sewer master plan adopted by the council. Who, what, when, where did we lose this adopted plan? In 2024, Wilden Financial came back and did the sewer rate model and made recommendations, and that's where we got all the the postcard. Then we had a workshop on July 2nd, 2024. Well, it does say staff also has confirmed that the council and city administration have not pursued any grants or loans for these capital projects. However, the city council may decide to explore the option of using grant or loan for sewer capital projects in the future. Why are grants or loans not pursued, Mayor and Council? We hired a grant writer last year, October, November, after me coming every month to the council, repeating myself that we need a grant writer, when some people were saying we don't need a grant writer, and because we don't qualify and we don't have enough staff to pursue any grants. Well, guess what? When we hired a grant writer, he's been here since last year. Can we pursue what he's been doing or not doing for us? And my thing is, I work for the grant department and Justice Department, federal government. If you don't apply, how do you know you don't qualify? Excuse me. I mean, give me a break. You hire a grant writer, you put good use to him. If not, let's get other people in here. And all I can say, Mayor, this review and adoption should be continued till the new city manager is hired. This is not the time. All the public was not corresponded to. I know my neighbors told me they knew nothing about what's going on. And this is a good example for waiting till the last minute. I really echo the sentiments about the communication. We have a communication that we hired to communicate all this stuff, and we're failing badly to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Chris Wimmer.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for volunteering your time to be here when we aren't here all the time. Does that make sense? It's a thankless job, I know. There's absolutely a thankless job, but you're doing a great job, and it's hard to be on the City Council. I've lived in Pinole 70 years. Okay, I have watched this town grow. I was here before the freeway was built. Okay, I was here when it was pasture land. I was here before there was a sewer that ran all the way out in the valley. Okay, I remember the sewer treatment plant stinking most of the time. We need to improve our infrastructure. There's no doubt about it. But the way this came about and the way I saw that letter, I felt like it was being shoved down my throat. It was show up and say no, or we're going to vote for it and it's going to go forward. And that was a terrible communication. The communication actually irritates me more than the fact that we need to improve it and we need a tax increase. It was absolutely terrible. You can do a better job. I know you can. You've done great jobs, but this one here, you failed, absolutely failed. I think it's about 18% a year, something in that neighborhood of an increase in general for sewer rate increases. My increase on Social Security last year was 3.2%. Where am I going to make that up? 15% more. 15%, and this is just one of many different things that there's going that way. You all know, you go to the grocery store. You see those prices increase. Yes, the bag of chips is the same price, but it's smaller. You've seen that. I have. 18% versus 3.2. Tell me how that I can swallow that. I don't think so. Tell me how I can go with pushing it forward. I guess none of you want to be reelected, I guess, because that's the way that sounded to me. Sounded to me like you didn't care. Think long, think hard before you do this. I was watching at home. I've followed this for the last few weeks, and I decided to come down and talk because I don't think you thought this through. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we have one online, Jeanette. Can you please state your first and last name for the record? Are you able to unmute yourself? Yes, I can hear you. You need to speak a little bit louder, though.
Okay.
We can hear you.
me
Can you
now?
please state your first and last name for the record?
Oh, hold on. I think this is better. Jeanette McFarlane?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having us here today. I stand before you over the phone to express my deep concern regarding the proposed increase in our annual sewer rates. While maintaining our city's infrastructure is important, the rapid rise of these costs is happening way too quickly for our community to comfortably absorb. I understand that we live in a time when costs for everything are rising. However, if we treat every expense as a top priority, we end up prioritizing nothing at all. An all-at-once increase places a heavy burden on our residents, many of whom are already struggling to keep up with the rising costs of living in Pinole, the Bay Area, and California at large. This rapid escalation will make living in Pinole increasingly unaffordable for many, one rate hike at a time. As currently designed, the proposed annual increase increases our sewer rates this month by 17.85%. In July of 2025, another 17.5%, and so on, up to 15% in 26, 27, and 28, respectively. That is an approximately 110.61% increase in a 4-year period. This rate is quite significant. This consistent increase will contribute to the growing financial burden in our city for our city residents. By approving and implementing this proposed rate hike, we risk making Pinole even more unaffordable, forcing families and longtime residents to consider or reconsider their place in our community. We must find a more balanced approach that allows for necessary improvements without compromising the financial stability of our city's residents. So let's work together to find a solution that ensures the sustainability of our infrastructure without pricing our residents out of their home. In addition to that, it seems like there are many research and things that need to be looked into before we propose or accept such a huge rate increase. So I'd like to see a delay in this work until we can further research the necessary expenses that need to happen over the next few years. Thank you for your time.
We have another in-person speaker, Warren Clayton.
I'm sorry for the confusion on my part as to what form I was supposed to fill out. I've been a resident for over 32 years, and I've seen a lot of changes, as many of the other speakers have as well. Just a couple of comments. Number one, over the last 5 years, our sewer increase has been a total of 9%. Just an FYI, if you didn't realize that. My other comment, and I was looking at percentage increases on the proposed rates, and I noticed that it's been brought forth earlier that it's over 100% for the single-family dwellings, and it's only 89% for multifamily dwellings, and I'm talking about percentage increase. And I realize that the rate structure for multifamily is less than single units, because many more people usually live in a single family unit. But why is there a difference? The rate increase should be the same. So I would suggest you take another look at this and bring it down to maybe an average of the two, because I don't understand why there's a difference in the increase, percentage-wise. Now, it's been mentioned about the increase in population in the city. and that's primarily because of the three projects that are either gone on or in process. And was this, they have to contribute to the sewerage, and why wasn't this taken care of when the initial thought about these units being developed? Why couldn't the developer, for example, share some of this cost if that was an option? Just again, food for thought. Also, the differential rates for the Stage Sanitary, which is Richmond and El Cerrito, I believe, and Hercules, it was commented that the rates are approximately the same, but when I looked at the study, it appeared that was in the rate structure report. It appeared that the Stage Sanitary was approximately 1/2 of our cost, and the Hercules was 1/3 our cost. And I don't understand the difference, and I know my time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to double check there's no more individuals that want to speak in the chambers. Okay, and no more speakers online.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing and bring it back. And I would start with Director Mishra. There were a number of questions and asked, and if we can get clarification on those questions. And I don't know if you were able to take notes, but I was able to take some. And you know, just like on the last commenter, if you can talk about impact fees that new development pays, and then I think there's a number of questions regarding financing, you know, debt financing for all of the infrastructure that's needed, the whole list of the, you know, the 60 million plus versus, you know, pay-as-you-go improvements, and you know, we can address those.
Okay. So regarding the debt finance, as I said, we did not look into when we were developing this sewer rate study because the idea was to come up with a cost, what is the fiscal cost, cash cost, and during the same time, city was also looking into other infrastructure assessment that we haven't completed yet, such as facilities master plan. We haven't completed it. City's road infrastructure is also is in great needs. So all those costs are actually over $100 million worth of need. And the sewer is actually a service that is a fee. Service provided for a fee. That is one of the items that can be funded by a rate, by sewer rate. But other structures or roads, that cannot be without a ballot measure, without a tax measure. So the city's needs are really much higher. City may be, we haven't really discussed at the council level for this. Internal staff level, we have talked about this. And probably if we are going to take a bond measure, there are so many other needs that city has that city would not be in a better financial position to get any bond if we don't have a better financial situation for the services such as our own utilities. So that was the reason it was not explored further, but at the direction of the council, I'm not very familiar with the bond, details of the bond, how to get and its financial implications. I can coordinate with our finance director and city manager's office to provide some details later.
And then there was a question about reconstruction and if they pay an impact fee.
That's correct. As I mentioned in our presentation, all the new development that's happening around town, they actually pay a developer impact fee, which includes a sewer impact fee, and we do collect that cost. I believe in our sewer study report it says, I think the approximately collection per is about $600,000 for the development impact fee.
Okay, and then there was a statement that I believe it was only 10% of the pipes have had the camera review. And are those pipes the subject of the shorter-term capital improvement projects that are moving forward?
So those cameras, yes, we have about roughly 20%, say 11 miles of pipes is what we have done. Because we have decided to take the camera CCTV for the sewer mains in-house, and that's the reason why we have not been able to move faster than what we would have done. If we would have hired a contractor to do it, it would have cost us close to $2.5 million for the 50 miles of pipe. But we have invested in a couple of $100,000 to have our own CCTV truck, and have invested in staff training and all to actually do it in-house. But because of so many other needs and staff strength, we have not been able to push this farther along. For those 11 miles, what we have focused on the projects that where we're going to be doing, and we have verified those, for our initial CCTV. But once we get closer to next planning phase, then we'll be conducting the next stage of CCTV.
Okay, and then there was a statement about risk assessments, and do we consider the CCTV examination, is that the same as a risk assessment, or is that just part of the assessment?
So yes, once the CCTV is done, a risk assessment will be conducted based on the videos we obtain. And that goes hand in hand. We have a consultant who helps us evaluating all the whether the pipes are its type of defects and all that, and that goes. We do have a on-call consultant who helps us with that.
Okay, and then there was a statement about doing annual reports. Can you just tell, state what kind of reports are done annually and quarterly regarding the CIP?
As for the CIP projects, we do actually quarterly report for all the CIP projects, and each CIP program any project that we are completing or in progress, we have updates every 3 months, and those are you can find those in council reports. As I believe we have a fourth quarter report for today's consent calendar as well for the last years.
Okay, and then the last one that I caught was, can you just talk about how staff decides or recommends what projects are, rise to the top, as far as the cost benefit, and making projects a priority?
So during our CIP development process, a city council had asked us to develop a matrix based on various criteria. Is it a regulatory requirement? If it is an end of life? And there are about 5 or 6 criteria which actually we describe in our CIP plan. And we have a staff member from different departments who goes through those criteria and the goals and description of the project, and they give it a ranking based on those criteria. And then we average those ranking, and once those rankings are made, then we prioritize those projects to be brought to next stage of its, whether it's a design or further down the road.
Okay, thank you. Those are the notes that I took. I don't know if council members have other ones. I'll start with Council Member Tave.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think Gentleman Gustavo, was it, mentioned the housing swing. So the 600 new homes that we had I don't know, Mayor Thompson, if you got that one, but we talked about that extra volume versus what was in the long-term financial plan. And was the 600 homes considered in this rate increase?
I believe, yes, the sanitary sewer master plan has considered a population increase and believe those, all those developments which were already planned or actually was, those things were actually considered in the sanitary sewer master plan.
So are those individuals counted towards paying the rates that are being proposed here too?
And those individuals counted, I would say those developments have paid an impact fee, and when those buildings are actually being occupied, they would pay the fee going forward.
So we might not see that for another 2 years,
That's right.
right? So
But we have,
I think that's the only one that I caught
Okay.
that was missing from here.
All right, anybody else? Yes, go ahead.
Related to that, I think, is also a unit, a housing unit versus a person, a user, yeah, who actually pays the rate increase. So, two questions that I heard, multifamily versus single family, if, I think that's like historically or tradition in the field, how those are defined and why there's a difference in percentage increase in rates for a multi-unit housing versus single family housing.
Right. So when we looked at the historical customer data and proportionate amount of flow generated by single family versus multifamily, and then allocated costs to those in proportion to those flows, so then that the rates are based on the costs that are allocated to each of those. So the rates are based on their proportionate share of how much flow they generate, send to the plant.
How much flow they generate. So it's historical data, is that what you just said?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so we've got some evidence of what a multifamily unit,
Yes, that's correct.
produces isn't the word.
As compared to, generates and
Generates,
yeah,
thank you, okay, as compared to a single family.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And then there was also, again, related to person versus housing unit. How I knew, there were several comments that relate to the fairness of paying a fee that is being imposed now and the length of time that people are here in the city. So it relates to what is considered a current user versus a future user. Can you tell us more about that? See, because one side of me says, well, I am a current user, but I also did benefit from whatever may have been created in the past 20 years, including that former councils prior to the one sitting here within the past 5 years approved the upgrades to the sewer treatment plant, right? Is that not correct? Yeah. Okay, I mean, sorry, I went about kind of partially answering that, but it gets back to current user versus future users. Is there some cutoff? How in the documents that you have,
Are you talking about in the sanitary sewer, in the master plan?
in either? Are they different definitions? I'm just trying to have us all understand if there is a difference between whether people who are current users versus future users, if that's even a pertinent or relevant statement.
Not in terms of the development of the rates. I mean, we look at the number of users that are paying the rates now, and then we project growth, based on planning documents and demographic and census information and things like that to figure out how many new users will be added. But and then spread costs based on what we think the number of users in the future will be. But I'm not sure if that answers your question. But
Yeah,
I mean,
and
the current users we know because we know how many customers are hooked up to the system and have connections.
Right.
And then future users are just based on projected growth.
Okay, and I'm also trying to understand the statements that were made about people, number of years living here and paying current fees versus people who have been here the longest and paid into something, into the infrastructure that the city has had, regardless of the amount. We've all presented somehow something. We've all provided an amount, a certain amount over, regardless of what year we either were born in Pinole or we lived in Pinole, is how I see it. I'm just wondering whether I'm failing to see anything that the public's comments reflect that I am not seeing that there's this unfairness about when a member of the public pays a fee that's levied in any given year. Does that make sense? Okay,
I
someone
think
said
so.
no.
I
So
think the
person who
questions.
said no can help us clarify. I'm
I
trying
think
to
the questions were related to whether some of these projects were funded using cash paid by current ratepayers versus using debt so that ratepayers over the next 30 years pay. Which is different than whether you're a current or future user. It's
Good point.
And how that cost is spread over.
Good point. And, okay, so given that understanding, thank you, Mr. Fisher. Is there a clear way to understand that there's a fairness about it as best as we can make increase fee rates fair? Is there always going to be some degree of cost burden to the current residents when, regardless of the financing? I'm thinking.
Can I just, I think what we're saying is kind of like the developments, right? I'm paying an extra amount of money so that the future user has a system that's newer than the one that I'm currently, right? And then their rate is not as much as mine, right? And I think, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the lady's name, but they were trying to figure out like how those costing goes in. Because I'm looking at 2012 and it looked like we went from like $35 to $65, right? So they're paying $65 into a system that's decaying faster than we're putting money into, right? And so then the next person comes in, we're paying $73, right? And then we're still decaying faster than the system. You know what I mean? Like, and I mentioned it kind of in the questions, is I think it feels like we're chasing something and we're never gonna get to. The question is am I paying, and then I guess it goes to the buying power of the dollar today versus tomorrow, right? Like it gets weaker over time. And so it just feels like these infrastructure projects are getting more expensive, highly regulated, and exponentially getting further out than what we're trying to pay. And so I think a couple people mentioned finance options to try to chase that, but that money's not free either, right? That money costs money as well. So I think what we're trying to say is there a way to project out the number, I guess, pull it back to today's numbers for a fee rate that makes sense for the person paying today, and then move that out? And it sounds like the 8%, over time is still paying, we're still going to have a balance at the end of that 8% and have this discussion yet again. I've been going through our records, and this discussion is not new. We've had this exact same discussion since 1994. And we've kept having this discussion. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there a better way to model it? And that was the question about the water. But I'm just trying to help, looking at the time value of money, and when these financial analyses are done, do they consider that impact is fair? I guess that's really what we're talking about, is the impact today versus impact in the past or future. Sorry, I was trying to help. I don't know if I made it more complicated.
Well, I think you've shown how we don't disregard the need to be fair, while at the same time we don't know how to do so entirely, given that there are a number of things going on. As a resident, we have a certain level of income in any given year that may not be increasing in the same percentage as a fee increase, or a cost of a loaf of bread, or what have you, which is an external condition. And then there's that other circle, which is about the life of the facilities that we have, and the amount of time that has gone by that has now required greater maintenance or attention, and then the costs associated with that. So it's just kind of different layers that we have to that we need to not disregard entirely, while at the same time we want to be fair. We also realize that if there is no fee increase whatsoever, those other external conditions are going to continue. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you. Okay.
Any follow-up questions?
Just one, Mayor. Did we get clarification about the processes from the city attorney on the ballots? And can you just explain that process first of all, and then explain if we adhere to it?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Happy to clarify. So there's the requirement, and we did, I think Mr. Menace asked the question. We also received an objection letter that had a question regarding the procedural requirements. So the notice requirements for a fee increase are provided for under California Constitution, Article 13D, Section 6. And so it's different. The requirements for noticing a public hearing for a fee is different than an assessment. And this is a fee, it's a sewer fee increase. And the requirement is that the city must provide written notice by mail of the proposed fee or change to the record owner of each identified parcel upon which the fee or charge is proposed for imposition, the amount of the fee or charge proposed to be imposed on each, the basis upon which the amount of the proposed fee or charge was calculated, the reason for the fee or charge, together with the date, time, and location of the public hearing for the proposed fee. So the 3-page notice that we sent out included all of that information and is compliant and consistent with this section of the California Constitution.
Thank you. And so there are some folks in the audience who said maybe their neighbors did not receive one. I'm also wondering why that would be, but I think you did explain it, but I would like an opportunity, if you can, to explain again. There are some folks in our city who may not have received that notice. Why would that be?
We actually mailed to all the parcel owners what the record shows from the county's database as the, I have about over 250 returned mail from those, and I'm not sure whether their address have changed or they have declined to receive those details. I don't know, but I have received about 250 mails back. So it may be the address changed, it is not updated in the county's database, and that may be the reason why they never received the notice.
Gotcha. And I did see an email correspondence with a resident that you and I were both added on. You mentioned that there's 17% of the population of Pinole or parcels in Pinole that perhaps are not within the sewer district, Pinole Hercules Sewer District. Can you explain a little bit more about what you said via email?
Okay, so that's responding to a question of a resident that how many parcels or how many single-family residents or businesses are actually not being served by our wastewater treatment plant. So the City of Pinole's within city limits, we also have West County Wastewater District sewer mains who actually serve, goes to, so I actually took a total number of parcels that West County is an overlap, a GIS map, and came up with the number approximately about 960, which is about 17% of the parcels within City of Pinole limit is being served by West County Wastewater District. And West County, they manage their own sewer mains and the private sewer laterals. All those are actually being served by West County. They comply to their sewer lateral ordinance, and they pay the sewer rate fee to the West County and not to City of Pinole. The only thing that City of Pinole is engaged with those owners when they do any repairs is really an encroachment permit, because the work is being done in City of Pinole's right of way. So they apply for encroachment permit to City of Pinole, and they apply for a sewer lateral permit to the West County, and that is how that we get some rate, some fees from that for the encroachment permit, but that has nothing to do with the sewer rate study that we are conducting, and that part of the populations are not being affected by this study or this increase. Yeah.
And notwithstanding the letter received or not received, how would a resident of Pinole know whether or not they're within the Pinole Hercules system that we have, or whether they're not there within the West County Wastewater District?
They would not have received a letter from us because they are not connected to City of Pinole's wastewater treatment plant.
But how would a resident know? How would a parcel know?
The parcel they would know because they would be paying the rate to the previous, wherever their system goes. They would know that in their property tax, there would be a line item saying that whether it is a West County district or it's a city of Pinole's property tax for the sewer.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions to clarify public comment?
And a few public commenters mentioned the possibility of deferring the item to leave more room for either more research or providing more input for the community. Is that we'll clarify your comments. Maybe, I think some folks may have not been here for the full presentation, but we don't have a legal obligation to adopt a resolution to accept the engineer's report and approve the new sewer rates. But if we don't do it by the first week of August, then we will continue on with the current sewer rates until we're able to look at this issue again in the next year. Is that correct?
And that's correct. There is no legal obligation.
Mm-hmm.
And if this does not move forward, we will have to just adopt whatever the last year's rates. We'll continue with that. And whenever the council feels to restart this, as Chris mentioned, we have to go through a public hearing process again.
Gotcha. So it will be a 0% rate increase for fiscal year 24-25.
That's right.
But when we look at this issue again at this time next year, it may be even higher rate increases.
Possible.
Possible, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if there was, if we were to go with one of the options, let's just assume option D, which is a steady increase and still addresses some of our capital needs, could we direct staff to, in the next 2 years, do an analysis so that we're ahead of the curve and look at what it would be like to finance the remainder of the $60 million with bond debt? And but I just want to clarify that this is a 20-year improvements that might be paid for over 20 years or maybe 30 years, and we want to take that into consideration. But is that something that we can take a look at? And then also maybe looking at a different kind of fee structure that is a base fee for single family and multifamily, but then an additional or a portion of the fee is based on the usage. And I believe that the usage would have to come from East Bay Mud water bills during a certain amount of time, but it wouldn't, you wouldn't catch up until the following year. So for instance, if Gustavo's neighbor who has 7 kids, I think it was Gustavo's neighbor, who has, oh no, it was Travis's neighbor has 7 kids, and they use a lot of water one year. And then if they were to move and you have a new resident that only has 2, that year they would be paying for a higher amount of sewer fees because the previous year there was a larger household. Do I have that kind of accurate?
Pretty much exactly, yes.
So it would be a year it would be a year delayed for, a portion of that calculation if we were to calculate it that way.
That's right, Mayor Toms. As you mentioned, since the city doesn't provide water service, you'd have to get that water information from East Bay Mud. And since the city doesn't bill monthly or bi-monthly, you essentially would be a year in arrears. So, say right now we would be getting the water information over the past year for that property owner. That information would go on the tax bill, that property owner would pay that, and then say in October they move, it wouldn't be until the next year's tax bill when we would look back and get that year's, this coming year's water use. I'm making it more confusing now. So essentially you hit it right on the head. It would be a year in arrears because since the charge is levied on the tax bill, and you'd get that information once a year to calculate that annual charge, it wouldn't be for another year that would catch up.
Right, but that might be something to move forward. I know it's not something that we can calculate in the next week or even, in the next year, but I would just, if we can put it on the radar for the next fee calculation, that we could start further ahead of time so that we're not running up, 2 weeks before we have to notify the county as far as what new fees are. But take a look at that and see what that does as far as, encouraging families to conserve water. You're more on you'd be paying your fees based on use, although it would be last year's use. But that's something I would be interested in seeing on the next cycle, and if we can move that cycle up so that, it can be addressed. So that's two items, and one is, paying for all of the improvements with debt service. So then you have all the future users that are paying for the improvements and trying to anticipate what the life cycle of those improvements would be. But, so with that, I think we can enter, yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I got your name wrong. The first gentleman, I think, was Gustavo, not the second. So I apologize for that, because it kind of continued. The second question, or the first question I had, or another question I had, was how much does the first year generate? Like, what's the total amount? I know that was shown somewhere in the chart. I'm wondering if you can point that out to us. Like, so from 25 or existing to proposed 2025.
What level?
Well, I just want to know how much will the city of Pinole
Will generate. So if you look at the option D, that PowerPoint, from sewer rates, if 8% increase will generate about $6.3 million.
So I'm seeing us go from $73.62 to $79.51 is going to generate $6 million in 1 year?
That's right.
So for $5.89 a month, we're generating $6 million.
No, that's the difference. It's going to be 6.3 million.
Total.
Is the total.
Yeah.
And the existing is 5.8 million.
Okay, so it's like a few $100,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And so I'm just looking at the deltas between the years, and we're looking at $5.89 a month for 12 months is the difference between the existing to propose. So it's roughly about $7 total across each one a month.
For option D.
For option D. I'm focused on option D just because that was the most consistent and the most, if we're going to make a change, we probably should make a change to this one if we're going to consider it. But I guess we'll wait for discussion. But I'm just trying to understand impact-wise, it's really $5.89 a month for that first year to the resident. Is that accurate?
So please, again.
So I'm sorry, $73.62, which we're all paying right now.
Yes.
Right? Or at least on average, we're all paying right now.
Mhm.
And then we're going to $79.51, which is $5.89 per month.
Yep.
Jump. Okay. Okay, I guess we'll wait for discussion, but.
Okay. If you want to start discussion, I think they have answered all the questions, follow-up from public comment.
Yeah, I think, I guess I'll start. I'm looking at this, and $5.89 a month doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a meal for somebody, right? And so that means out of 30 days, someone might have to say, I got to skip, or I got to cut a meal in half or something. So I'm thinking of the most vulnerable in the community, which we really don't have too much data on, right? As far as income. So it's kind of a little bit of a shock to keep asking for that, where that $5.89 becomes $6.36 the following year per month. To see that it generates that, I'm just wondering, I don't feel like alone at this point. We just don't have enough information as to what that would look like. But to ignore the increase is difficult. I think 2012, it did 50% or 200% jump, or around there, I guess, from $35 to $65. And then we really haven't had anything other than the $13 from that time to now, however it got here, right? But I think the rate should be consistent no matter what it is. I'm just not sure if $5.89 is that number, or should be lower than that. I mean, I really like the idea of tying it to your water so that you give full control to the homeowner to regulate, right? Or maybe we just do a control during wet season, right? So if everybody's got leaky pipes or a lateral, and then we had that lateral program to help residents fix the lateral, that might be the help that we need there. And if we get the water coming in and then really kind of understanding the water going out, we'd have a better numbers, I guess, for what our I&I is looking like if we don't have it now.
Yeah.
I don't know, just some thoughts.
All right, good to start. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That sewer lateral program, is that in effect now? I don't remember. But my point is that other residents have started paying their sewer laterals with a program or no program. And so, there's costs involved for some, there are challenges for some. No matter when any program to help subsidize it is begun, someone's going to pay a little more or a little less. Sometimes it happens to an individual who also has the benefit of coming up and telling us about it, and sometimes we don't hear it all. It makes it very difficult to really get a sense of the true impact on folks. We know that no one likes increases that on most things on which they don't have a choice. I think that's part of this here, and that's the challenge that we have as a government agency, where we are here sitting and talking about something that we don't necessarily feel that we created as individuals. But we are residents in Pinole, and we do benefit from the larger circumstances, which is, as I see, are the public health benefits of having water that is clean after it runs through our towns, and also recognizing that those invisible kinds of infrastructures are the kinds of things that we take for granted, and when in the absence of them, we end up paying so much more, both in terms of damage to environmental health, as well as to our own residences. Those of us who are fortunate to even have one, and to even consider that, given the shelter that we do have, the cost to keep that shelter is something that we want to protect. I understand that. I also understand that along with being a homeowner come those challenges. And so it's really difficult to think about how, when given a choice of or presented with information that says, we've got to pay X, Y, Z more, that it just becomes a reason to advocate to not do so, because we may already be challenged with paying for things that are beyond our control. As well, at the same time, circumstances that affect those things that are out of control and that help us live in the town that we live in continue to degrade. And we can do something to help prevent that even further, which is one aspect as well of thinking about how do we make our lives in Pinole better, even though it costs a little bit. And it seems that we can, if we are given a steady or consistent approach to increasing the rate, that the amount is less of a shock, not so much a shock, but a little easier to absorb, because it is a cost that we have to absorb one way or another. So I am favoring, and I appreciate that after the May 21st initial presentation, Director Mishra, you went back and considered what information we didn't have at the time that we could have had at this point, which is what led you to create the different options. And to help inform the public, this is not a situation that we created either. We were also not presented with these options back in May. And so here we are all thinking through what it is that we have, what direction we can provide to staff so that this increase in rate is something that, although there may be some who would prefer it not exist at all, is is for the purpose of giving attention to structures or infrastructure, those invisible kinds of things that in a city we are responsible as its elected representatives to help do something about, to prevent further deterioration. So I would favor option D for its consistency across 5 years. Also, 5 years. At the same time, I would request that because today we can't answer specifically what projects are absolutely most needed, that for which we are estimating an $18 million cost, that there be some involvement of staff and or whoever else consults with staff about not only giving priority to projects, but also really finding out, which gets to the evaluation of those. And I think that's that deferring any attention to the current year's projects, which are included in this 18 million, means to us kicking the can without giving attention to the conditions that we live in and further augmenting the cost next time around, which I do not like to be part of, because there is a problem that we have with our infrastructure. There is a manner that we can address it to some degree, and there is a manner that we can also become more informed about how much, cost-wise, we need to either reserve or set aside. So option D is something that I appreciate that you presented to us, Director Mishra, and that's the one that I would support.
Okay, thank you. I'll move down the line. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, to the point of a lot of the public commenters tonight, and I'll just take the example to the extreme. It does not make any sense for somebody who lives in a household of 10 to be paying the same fee increase or fee rather as a person or a household of one person, right? Same goes with a household that has a home that is a 6-bedroom, 5-bathroom, it's extreme, to a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom paying the same fee increase. That's not equal, and in a lot of cases, sure is not equitable. So happy to entertain future discussions about, I know we can't tie it to income level or anything like that, but possibly water usage. And I think that's a discussion that we should not just have in the future, but also plan for, because that's something that we should be balancing as we have this discussion, and it's going to be ongoing for 5 years. In terms of what the community has brought today in terms of input, I cannot support stark increase of 17.5% in the next 2 fiscal years and a 50% increase in the 3 years after. It's just not affordable for folks. Also favor option D. I think that is a good middle ground, and we understand the problems presented with having no rate increase. That'd be great in a perfect world, but unfortunately, infrastructure ages. And so I think this is a good middle ground while still taking care of the bare necessities, as you mentioned, Director Mishra. So that's the comments I have, and thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, thank you. This conversation is difficult for me. I feel like the options provided are, they're filling in like a piece of the conversation, but not necessarily filling in the full conversation for me. So I'm going to take a step back and say that I am really challenged with our level and our standard of communication right now to the public around this issue. We've done a lot of work over the last 3 years to build that public trust. Transparency, accountability, of course, is values in that process, but really thinking about like how we have used the tools, whether it's like video or, just our newsletter. We have so many tools that we've developed, and I find it really challenging that we're in this predicament, namely also this like arbitrary date now that we have of August 9th or August 10th. This is just really like, for me, frustrating, to be frank. And I'm wondering how to mitigate that at the same time also addressing the reality of like, modernizing our sewer system obviously is not about only ensuring we have a reliable source. It's also about protecting our local environment. And obviously, as a council member for the last 4 years, I've been really about modernizing our government and certainly protecting our environment. And so, I think in my conversations with people that I've had, it appears that when I'm having the conversation about the system and these rate increases, the conversation starts off very tensional because of a lack of understanding, frankly, of how sewer rates are determined and like what folks are actually paying for. But as I enter conversation and explain more information to a resident, oftentimes it ends that they really understand the value clearly of, again, modernizing the system at hand and upgrading it. So I am really challenged with whether or not like the product is as important as the process. The product is that we essentially need to upgrade our system, but the process is that we're in some ways we haven't leveraged the tools that many of us have worked for so long to make happen over the last 3 years and have like actually put in a lot of work into it to make us win today. And so that's where I'm having a tough time supporting really any of the options today. I know there were speakers and the council has spoken again about, us, the buck being passed constantly over the last 20 years, and this being a symptom of a deferred mentality. So I'm having a tough time thinking whether or not deferment of this item for me is a priority. But I also feel like we need to do more work, and I would really be inclined for us to consider a work plan for us to do more work on this. We've done the sewer rate study, of course, that's helpful. But I really think it's also like, what are our parameters and what are our benchmarks for getting residents to understand what their sewer rates are paying for? And I think that's staff's work to do. And I would be happy to support that work as one of 5 council members. But I also am really challenged with this lack of communication, because I do feel that, again, as one of 5, I particularly have done a lot of both assessment and creation and innovation to make sure we have the systems of communication necessary to make sure our public understands what we're doing, why we're doing, and why it matters. And also what happens if we don't take action, because I think that's also very important. So I don't have an answer as to what option I'm going for. I do have a request of staff doing more work, I don't know how the council is going to move. I'm not going to make a motion on this item, but I do feel that we need to do much more work to get to the right place. Whether it's 8% today or 17% today, residents are not understanding this issue, and it's not because they are not smart. Most of our residents are very intelligent, and even those who may not understand this issue get it when you talk to them about it. I think the challenging part is like, as a city and as an agency, what is going to be from proficient to excellent in terms of how we communicate this issue. So, Director Mishra, you've done a wonderful job of getting us to this point. I think it's going to be a collaborative effort as we obviously bring on a new city manager, but also, we have other departments in our team that I think have a role to play in this education, in this public education. And so we shouldn't dismiss that. While you are doing work in the Public Works Department, this is obviously a community development issue. This is obviously a communication issue. Mayor, I think, again, leveraging the tools. I mean, the Beat of Pinole is a great space to develop a video or talk about this. We have the newsletter. And I think I'm just really challenged with like us not having done the work. And it feels like a setback, honestly, for me. And I just have to be really, really honest about that, because I feel that we've done a lot of work to get the trust of the public to make sure that we're right on track. And when it comes to public work issues and infrastructure, especially climate infrastructure, climate resiliency, I am so adamantly supportive of things like this. But we have to also mitigate the process to get there. Same with the conversation of electric vehicles, right? When we talk about electric vehicles, I'm such a proponent for zero emission vehicles, but we also have to teach people how to use them. We have to teach people how to charge. We have to teach people what it means that if we don't go zero emission, the impact of those things. And so I don't think that the workshop was enough to do that. It's apparent that it wasn't enough, I think, in terms of the state of where we're at. And so again, I'm focused. For me, my top priority is ensuring that our residents understand how their sewer rates are determined and what they're paying for. I also want us to modernize our sewer system too. But I think the first step to doing that is to make sure folks understand what they're paying for. I also would like to have staff just really seek understanding on like what funding sources. Director Mishra, you mentioned like perhaps state and federal government funding is not an option. And if that's the case, let's do that assessment. Let's make sure that's a very clear assessment, not a question that's posed tonight and then, you know, an answer. I really want to understand, especially from our grant writer's perspective, if there's no funding, I would like to see what that assessment was. Where did they look? Where did they not look? And then again, I'm not sure we're in the right place to do private funding. Obviously, that's an option in the future, but I want that assessment, and I would like to understand that assessment a little bit more, especially to supplement the funding or the revenue from the sewer rates, right? The objective obviously being, you know, minimize the financial impact on our residents, but also simply address the critical needs of our sewer infrastructure. So yeah, I know that's not necessarily an answer on your options. I just wanted to name that because when we have these conversations, and I've said this before, like the process of communication is very critical to winning. And so if we want our residents to stay with us, and my objective is for our residents to stay with us, not stay in Pinole, but stay with us as we move these issues forward, we've got to make sure we get this down. And I will be okay to die on this hill if necessary to say that like the communication has to be stronger, especially because we've done so much work around like making sure these parameters and these tools and this communications plan is executed. So I'm curious to know like what you all's plan would be moving forward, whether or not we approve tonight or not. I actually want to know what are the next steps of communication, not communication to the assessor's office that we are doing, like that's a piece of it, but like what are we actually doing to public engagement and what is that standard? And then, you know, perhaps what can we do more than that basic standard? So that's where I'm at right now. I'm not really supportive.
Councilmember Murphy, I have some notes for direction that I would like to give, and it does include, you know, communicating when we have the quarterly meetings for the wastewater plant, and we get reports on the amount of intrusion. This is groundwater that is being treated, that doesn't need to be treated because it's seeping into the pipes. That was a real eye-opener when I sat on that committee, and that's why I'm not blinking an eye with, you know, understanding the need for improvements is because, you know, while we've been in those meetings, we have heard about the level of intrusion of groundwater that gets into the pipe then has to be treated. And so I would like to provide direction when we, if the council moves on a recommendation for an increase, that we follow it up with a number of things. It's taking a look at, this is over, you know, over the course of 1 to 2 years of a report back on what $60 million of capital debt for capital improvements looks like and what a repayment plan looks like. And this would be for the mid-term and long-term capital improvement plans because the short terms capital improvements would be covered with cash from an increase if this moves forward. Taking a look at what a base residential fee would look like plus a use. So you have a base fee. Right now, I think we're, you know, let me just say if it's $80, proposed to be almost $80 for residential per month. If we took a look at maybe the base is 30 and the rest is based on your use, how that might look and how it might be implemented. And of course, the communication, and we have some great communication tools. We have, you know, our assistant to the city manager does a phenomenal job but she needs to have material to push out to educate the public. Confirming that we are prioritizing the projects that are going to appear in the short term, which I believe has happened, but we just need to be confirmed on that. And then, of course, leveraging grants to make the dollars stretch. So if there is a motion, I would like to add those directions to staff.
Can I just add a couple more things? I think that one of the biggest problems when people get increase, including myself, is, what's happening, right? Where is that money going? What is happening? And how's it being spent, right? And I think part of the communication plan has to be those regular communications, like we're rebuilding sewer line on X street, because, people visit around town and then they're asking questions like, hey, what's going on in your street? Is it East Bay mud? Is it storm drain? Is it the road? There's a million questions, but I think we got to be proactive with those conversations to make sure people know, like, no, this is your dollars working, right? You see the SB1 where it has like the little thermometer and it says what's being spent and where, so people can really see the magnitude of their dollars and what that means. Because as we were talking percentages, just this meeting now and over several, we were saying 10%, 110%. And when you look at the number, it's $5.89 increase, right? That to me might be palatable for people in aggregate. But I think with the communication and those studies that you just mentioned is, what about the people that can't pay that, right? What are the objections? How do we look at that? Is it through survey? Is it through, I'm not sure how the city, I know that we've done that in the past, but why it wasn't done here was to really just understand where people are and what that means. I think the water usage is important because we do want to have, and I'm not sure if that's possible. Mr. Fisher, is that possible to attach it to the water usage? We're saying that, I just don't want to, we get there and we can't do it.
Yeah, again, as we had talked about, the water usage would have to come from East Bay Mud since Pinole doesn't provide water. And, we'd have to look at that. It would be a year behind because, since unless the city changed its method of billing and went to a regular monthly or bi-monthly billing, it would be looking at the previous year's water use and using that to calculate the next year's charge.
Right.
But it could be based on usage.
Because I think the annual is cheaper versus billing monthly, right? Like just the process of billing people monthly. Yeah. Okay. That's probably why we went to annual instead. But still, even if it was a year behind, we could gauge that and we'd have better predictions. So I just want to add that we have to be very specific, especially with people in Pinole, because they're active. We found that out over the time we've been here. Just when I was campaigning about infrastructure, people were asking about the roads. They're saying, when is this going to get built? And you have contractors who do this work for a living saying, no, I suggest this instead of this, right? We get into the details. So I don't think we are going to overwhelm people in Pinole by giving them the details of what's going on and informing them about what's happening. And I know there's a balance there, right? If, a lot of times if it's a 3-pager, most cities, people are looking at it, I'm not reading that. People in Pinole read it, and then they have questions. So I just want to make sure that we go with that because that helps us have better informed decisions. So I kind of want to over communicate, but I know that that's, staff and time and stuff. But if we could just add, let's be very deliberate about how we communicate and what we're communicating.
Yeah.
Okay. And I wanted to point out the difference between the proposal that was in the rate notification calls for about $1,000 a year increase by 2029. The 8% increase calls for an increase of $494 by 2029. So that's kind of the difference that we're talking about. So
I had one more question. So with that difference or that delta, right? How do I put this? In 2026, can we say, oh man, the water, connecting it to water is way better than what we were doing in the past? Like, we can revise these any one of these years, right? And bring it up. So maybe we put that somewhere in the motion, like if we did go with this, and then really try to, develop that capital plan and then come back with a public campaign to really just roll this out, like, guys, this is how this is gonna go. I think that's probably a lot better, and we'll have input. People will say, hey, I can't do this, and, our survey will be better, right? That's the way I'm thinking about this, is when we start asking questions and hearing from the community, we'll know more. I don't know, that's kind of where I'm thinking about it, but I'm also tempted to say, like, did we do everything we could to communicate this? Not really, right? I mean, this kind of came up on us. So I don't know how everybody feels about it, but I don't mind if we did move this and then revisit it. The only problem I'm worried about is 2026, instead of 8%, it's going to be 10%. 2027 will be 10%. 2028 will be 10%. And 2029 will be 10%. So there's a 2% jump there for us trying to really roll this out. So I'm thinking we kind of roll with what we have on option D, and really 2026 have a conversation of what this is going to look like.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So,
Okay, so I'll make a motion that the city council approve the recommendation given to us by staff, specifically option D of an 8% increase in the current rate of 8%. 8% increase to the sewer rate. Now, the other that's the motion for starters.
What was the motion?
To adopt option D as recommended by staff for an 8% increase in the sewer rate.
Are we adding all the direction?
So I would just ask you if you could add in direction to staff to review by 2026, does that, what $60 million in debt, capital improvement, capital debt looks like. Review what a baseline residential fee plus use would look like. Increased regular communication regarding the need for the capital improvements and the status of capital improvements. And then verify prioritization of the projects that will be done in the short term. And also direct staff to leverage grant opportunities.
I could say, sure, yes, you have all that in the motion. The reason I'm hesitating is because the motion in the simplest form is that increase in rate. Everything else that follows, I think, for me,
it's direction to staff.
It's direction to staff, and I'm not sure if it should be part of the motion or not.
Through the chair, it can be part of the motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's make it part of the motion. And the other, okay, well, I'll leave it there, and then I'll comment.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion.
And I'll second, and I'd like to have just discussion. Was anybody open to, because of the timeline, not doing this 2025 and doing 10 for the next 4 years? Or was that no-go? Okay, just checking.
I'm open to that. I think that, like I said, I think that what my assessment has been from talking to residents is that when you talk to them about this, they understand the need. I mean, we all live here and we all want good infrastructure, most of us. The challenging part is just like keeping our residents with us as we're moving through these issues. And so like when I see the comparison of various options, we really should start numbering our slides, but there's a slide that says comparison of various options. The reason I have been championing the participatory budgeting and balancing act so much is because this comparison should actually be going into the hands of residents so that we can, let me finish,
15.
right? It's like, I literally want that to happen. That helps me to understand where our residents are. It also helps us as a council educate our residents about where we're at, frankly, because these are issues, again, that many of us have come on to council and have to address. We're not here to complain about that. We just need to make sure we mitigate those issues together. So for me, it's like, I'm okay with deterring this. I don't want us to stop. Like, I want actually like quarterly reports, maybe even monthly reports about this issue, because I think it's a very important issue. And Director Mishra, you've brought us to this point. I don't want us to slow down on this issue because we're deferring it. I want us to keep the information running through us as a council and also through the residency here. But I don't feel that our residents are opposed to improvements and modernization of their sewer system. I feel like we're not pulling them all along with us. And so when you said the deferment, what I see as a deferment, if that's not what you're referring to, Councilmember Tave, I hear it as a deferment. It's not necessarily a deferment, but it's really us doing the homework more. And that's where I'm at. You know, the 10% is the number. Again, every year we don't take action, it's going to become more expensive. And so I've been a huge advocate of us making sure these projects are moving. But the reality is, again, the product of the projects are as important as the process to get the projects done. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I would be supportive of that.
And I'm kind of, as we're having this discussion, I'm kind of thinking, we don't even know what this 60 million looks like.
Right.
What if it's actually more than, like, I just started thinking, if you tear up a sewer line in the middle of the road, are you going to redo the road? Or is it going to be, are you going to damage it even further? And then we're off into another, right? And it's 72 million, actually, not 60. And I'm thinking to myself, like, is it, okay, let me go back to that number. We're talking about 8%, well, that's option C, hold on, give me a second, option D. If it's not 8% in 2025 and we say 10% 2026, what we're really talking about is like a $7 jump from the $73, which isn't that, I mean, it's not that bad. I guess what I'm saying is we have time here, not a lot of it, but we do have a little bit more time to really roll that engagement program out. And what I wonder is, I know Pinole's probably with it, but we do owe the citizens a real explanation, and this is the plan, and this is how bad this is. Not everybody may have gotten the sewer master plan report, and is that sewer master plan covering, the total cost of ownership for that sewer line? There's a good chance it's not. And there might be further analysis needed. So if we were to defer 1 year, even though I don't like saying that word, it wouldn't be bad if we had a more solid product coming 2026.
May I? I think this experience has led us all to have an increased awareness that most definitely the communication needs to improve. We know that. So if we go back to the motion about having an increase in a sewer rate with the requested direction as part of the motion, between now and 2026, well, between now and this time next year, there will be additional information that's going to be presented to the public anyway, because via the communication channels that we already have. That's it.
Make the modification then?
And
if we got a course correct, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so. If I would request that we take a vote on the motion and proceed, please.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second for option D plus direction to staff that's been verbalized. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay.
I say no only because I think we could get that 1 year and absorb a 10%, just so that, I don't know, I feel better if everything was presented all at once, a little bit more robust.
And I know the motion passed, so, moving forward, again, this experience did not tell us that communication is important. Maybe, I think you're referring to our council experience, but this is like I said, I feel like we've made progress on communication. This one, we dropped the ball. So it's not necessarily this particular issue, it's just us continuing the momentum we have. So the motion was included to, determine the communications plan around this. I hope that we can get, again, whether it's ideally monthly reports on this would be helpful, because I want to know, again, how we're moving, because, again, this has been a shock to residents and not necessarily a shock to me, but the time frame has been really challenging. And so if we're moving forward, it would be really helpful to get those report backs from Director Mishra, you, and of course, actionable steps as well as to what we're doing next. I mean, 8%, that's the vote. So that, that's what's going to move forward. But it is kind of challenging to be in this predicament right now. And so I'm hoping that even with the 8%, we communicate that to the residents as well, and the business owners, of course.
With everything having said, did the motion pass? What was the result of it, please?
It was 3-2.
Yes, it passed 3-2 with no votes from Murphy and Tave.
Thank you.
Okay. Does the council want to take a 5-minute break?
No. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm one of
Okay,
those
if
people.
somebody needs a break.
It's okay. No,
Yeah.
we can take a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not
So
Yes.
we'll be back at 9:05. let the PCTV catch up with us. Okay, good evening. We're going to reconvene, and we are jumping around in our agenda, and I would like to move to a presentation from Human Resources next, and then we'll go back in order and pick up from public comment. Okay, on the agenda next, we have a presentation. This is item B1. It's a department update with Human Resources. So welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Stacy Schell. I'm the Human Resources Director here at the City of Pinole, and I'm joined by one of my team members. Another one's going to join us in just a moment. But I'm first here with Josie Gutierrez. She's our Human Resources Technician, and soon to join us will be Charlene Davis. She's our Human Resources Analyst. Thank you for this opportunity to share an overview of the Human Resources Department. Next slide. Under our mission statement, we support the City of Pinole by providing comprehensive and timely human resources and risk management services. We have the responsibility for developing and implementing innovative strategies, programs that enhance the work experience for our employees. Our objective is to attract, develop, motivate, and retain the best qualified employees whose diversity and skills contribute to and sustain the City of Pinole as a quality organization. Next slide. Our services and responsibilities include recruitment and retention, labor and employee relations, classification and compensation, employee benefits, training and development, wellness, safety, risk management, and employee engagement. Next slide. The Human Resources Department facilitates recruitment and retention efforts to attract and retain City of Pinole employees. Next slide. Our outreach, advancement, and inclusion is a conscientious effort made to conduct inclusive public outreach and recruitment programs that attract and ensure a qualified, diverse applicant pool, especially with respect to underrepresented groups at the City of Pinole, to achieve and maintain a workforce that is equitably representative across all levels and functions in our organization. The city's employment processes strive to ensure that all employees feel valued and included. In our hiring, we take a systematic, data-driven approach to evaluating our advancement and retention practices to ensure they reflect our aspirations of maintaining an inclusive workforce. This process involves an assessment of performance reviews to ensure training and growth opportunities are being explored. We have exit and stay interviews, and we ensure that they are conducted. Employee engagement feedback is evaluated, and measures of employee diversity are analyzed. Next slide. So here you'll find a chart of our employee diversity by race here at the City of Pinole. Underrepresentation is determined by comparing the minority group at our agency with that group's representation in our community. As you can see from the data shown, The city does need to continue to focus our diversity and outreach efforts with Hispanic and Asian minority groups. To ensure these efforts, the city's recruitment process is regularly reviewed to ensure that it is equitable and fair. Our review encompasses practices such as tracking statistical data, identifying and analyzing areas of adverse impact, and using findings to develop and implement outreach strategies. Outreach strategies include advertising, recruitment, and other forms of engagement that qualified applicant pools reflect our diversity in our community. We focus on advertising with organizations that support underrepresented groups, such as diversity-focused professional organizations. We partner with local colleges with diverse student populations. We have diversity on our interview panels. We educate hiring managers on the impact of conscious and unconscious bias. We attend local job fairs. We have implemented an employee referral bonus program, and we showcase our diversity on our social media platforms. Next slide. The Human Resources Department works closely with our labor unions to negotiate memorandums of understanding and implement terms and conditions of employment for our city employees. Next slide. The city's bargaining units and employee groups are the American Federal State County Municipal Employees Union, also known as AFSCME. We have 2 units in this union. The first is Local 1, which is our maintenance and clerical employees. We have 27 members in that unit. Local 512 are our technical and professional employees. We have 17 employees in that unit. Next is the Pinole Police Employees Association. Those are our sworn and non-sworn employees, and we have 35 members in that unit. Management and confidential employees is our next group, and we have 16 employees in that unit. We have individual contract employees. We have 2 of those in the unit, and that is our city clerk and our city manager. And lastly, we have seasonal and temporary employees, and we have 17 individuals in that group. Next slide. HR also provides negotiations, investigations, and discipline support. The Human Resources Department represents the City Council and the City Manager on all labor negotiations and grievance matters with bargaining units. We facilitate workplace investigations of harassment, retaliation, and discrimination. And we provide guidance and counseling to employees. We initiate, conduct, and oversee investigations relative to discipline actions for our city departments. Next slide. The Human Resources Department establishes and maintains classification and compensation plan systems for the city of Pinole and its employees. Next slide. We do so through analysis of job and pay systems. Classification studies are performed and analyzed by HR to ensure that jobs with comparable minimum qualifications, job responsibilities, supervisory expectations, and working conditions and environments are grouped closely in a classification plan or system. A classification specification or a job description is a statement of the major duties, responsibilities, and supervisory relationships given to a position. The description of each position must be kept up to date and include information about the job which is significant to its classification. HR groups classifications into class series, which provides employees with career growth opportunities and advancement. To ensure salary ranges are competitive within the identified market and to equip the city with a system that is fairly and consistently administered, the Human Resources Department designs compensation systems that support and reinforces the city's long-range objectives, as well as the culture, climate, and behaviors needed for the city to be effective. Next slide. The Human Resources Department administers exceptional and affordable employee benefits, offering medical, dental, vision, wellness, retirement, paid leave, flexible hours, and life insurance, just to name a few, to attract and retain a qualified and highly skilled workforce. Next slide. Employee benefits help to provide a healthy work-life balance. Employee benefits are a key part to the employee's employee compensation package. And it can be a deciding factor when candidates are considering multiple job offers. Employee benefits can also help improve employee productivity, engagement, and retention. In a recent study, the Society for Human Resource Management found that 90% of surveyed respondents said healthcare was extremely important or a very important employee benefit. 83% said that flexible work schedules and leave time are extremely or very important. Employee benefits also help to improve employee productivity and engagement. A study by the International Foundation of Employee Benefit Plans found that employers with high levels of productivity and engagement offer benefits such as paid leave, health care, retirement, flexible hours, and wellness programs. Next slide. The Human Resources Department coordinates citywide training, including safety, mandated, educational, and developmental programs for city staff. Next slide. These learning efforts are an investment in our employees. Most government organizations invest a majority of their training budget in employees' technical performance, which is very important. However, the ability to be an outstanding technical performer does not always translate to the ability to be an effective problem solver, colleague, or a leader. The city currently participates in the annual Contra Costa Leadership Academy, where one emerging leader from the city is selected to attend a talent development program, which enhances the leadership skills of the participants and provides succession planning resources for the city. The Human Resources Department is working to secure funding to coordinate a frontline supervisory academy in participation with other cities in West Contra Costa County. During the last round of labor negotiations, the city enhanced current higher education incentive pay and tuition reimbursement programs offered to employees. And to maintain compliance, HR also coordinates citywide training, including safety and mandated trainings for employees, city staff. Next slide. So research has shown that employees who lead healthy lifestyles use less sick leave and are generally happier and more productive employees. HR offers on-site wellness programs to improve our employees' health and their sense of well-being, to help mitigate our risk for on-the-job injuries. Next slide. So the Human Resources Department provides avenues for health, well-being, and support to our employees. The city's wellness program offers annual on-site wellness fairs, which includes cholesterol screening, blood pressure, bone density testing, testing for fitness, body composition, and stretching. We offer annual first aid and automated external defibrillator training to our employees. We have walk-in lunches where employees walk during their lunch hour, and the city hosts a healthy luncheon for those who participate. We host chair massage days where up to 3 massage therapists are brought on site for employees to receive a 10-minute chair massage during their break times. We coordinate walking challenges where employees earn points and win prizes for the most steps walked during a 30-day period. And we offer mindful meditation sessions and trainings for employees. For our Employee Assistance Program, the city offers a program that provides employees assistance with relationships, stress, anxiety, depression, and other emotional health issues. Clinical support can be accessed by face-to-face counseling, telephone, or web video consultations. For our risk management program, HR administers this program for employment liability and workers' compensation for on-the-job injuries. The Human Resources Department maintains mandated safety initiatives, such as the Injury and Illness Prevention Program, and offers regional safety workshops, law enforcement accident prevention programs, web-based risk training, and ergonomic evaluations and services. This year, HR proudly secured a $12,900 grant from our risk administrator, which we utilized to purchase new ergonomic equipment for city staff to help prevent on-the-job injuries. Next slide. The Human Resources Department recognizes that employee engagement has a significant impact on the retention within the city. When employees are engaged and they develop a strong connection with their work and feel valued and appreciated, this sense of fulfillment and purpose increases their overall job satisfaction, making them more likely to stay with the city. Next slide. For our workplace culture, the City of Pinole has a good product to offer and attract employees, especially to next generation talent, meaningful, challenging jobs, and the opportunity to make a difference, build a community, and even save the planet. High performers want and expect more than to simply complete the tasks that make up their job descriptions. They see their work responsibilities not merely as a job, but as a role in our society. The city's work culture is instrumental for leveraging the best performers initiative and participation in the work products that we produce. To enhance the city's workplace culture over the last 2 years, the Human Resources Department has secured resources to enhance the employee appreciation and recognition programs to celebrate noteworthy achievements and contributions of individual employees and work groups. We've created an employee events committee to plan and coordinate year-round employee engagement events. And there's always room for improvement, so our department is working to survey employee satisfaction levels, perform a gap analysis, and implement effective modifications. Next slide. This is a graph of our employee turnover history here at the City of Pinole, dating back to 2019. Now, people stay in a job or leave a job for a variety of reasons that are very difficult to pinpoint. Now, you can see from the data shown in the chart, over the last 2 years, our turnover rate has improved dramatically from 11% down to 5% in 2023. And the Human Resources Department has taken the lead to implement strategies that enhance workplace culture and increase employee retention by working with our city council to make compensation and benefits competitive with our peer agencies through market analysis and labor negotiations, enhancing employee appreciation and recognition events, enhancing professional development with leadership academies, and supporting an effective employee wellness program. Next slide. Overall, the Human Resources Department aligns itself with the City Council's goal to build an organization culture that is efficient, ethical, and effective in delivering quality services with community involvement and fiscal stewardship. HR continually strives to reach this goal by providing comprehensive and timely human resource and risk management services, developing and implementing innovative strategies and programs that enhance the work experience for our employees, and attracting, developing, motivating, and retaining the best qualified employees whose diversity and skills contribute to and sustain the City of Pinole as a quality organization. Next slide. So, thank you for the opportunity to share an overview of the Human Resources Department. My team and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions?
I'll just start. First of all, I want to say thank you for your presentation. That was great. It's really exciting to see all the work you all do because I feel like I don't know if we had actually, when I first got on council, an HR department. I think it was the assistant city manager. Oh, it was
Charlene.
It was Ms. Davis.
Charlene, yes.
It was you.
We had one.
Wonderful. Okay, so I was like, I don't think we had a department. So thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you. Ms. Davis and also Michelle, I want to say thank you so much for your leadership and implementation of the internship program. I think you all really did such a great job. And I feel guilty because I did not have an intern. I'm really excited about this process this year. So can you let me know what that process is? I know it's coming up, so the prep work I can start doing that now.
Do you want to give a little overview of kind of the process that we've gone through in the past?
Well, last year we funded it for the first time, and then you all kind of drove. You kind of really, I didn't think it was going to happen so quickly, and it did, which is great. Is it upcoming soon, or?
Well, we're really seeking council's direction on that. So if council would like to have another round and solicit more interested students in participating in our internship program, then we can certainly do that. We've maintained the two that we do have on board right now. And I believe we were funded for the two to continue that program. So it would be at the council's direction if we wanted to continue with those two students, or if we wanted to open it up for opportunities for other students to experience.
Oh, we were going to continue with the interns we had before as opposed to.
We could certainly discuss that and figure out what would be best for you.
Okay, gotcha. Would love to, I don't know if that's a conversation for now or later, but I would love to explore, personally, I guess I would love to explore, an open application process. But nonetheless, my question was really a comment, which was thank you. And hopefully we can give you direction on that for next steps because we did fund 2 interns. So definitely would love to do that.
Certainly.
Ms. Gutierrez, I wanted to tell you, I don't have a bone to pick with you. I have something to say, which is really thank you. Something that we get as council members often, I think there's a presumption that when we come as council members, we're here every day. And really it's Ms. Avila, Ms. Rojo, and you who are the front and center of the City Hall and the viewpoint, if folks don't go to the planning department of City Hall. And I get so many comments about how kind you are, how accessible you are, how friendly you are. And I just want to say thank you. Since I've met you, you've been the same to me. But I also feel like you represent so much of our city in the sense of folks' interaction. And so, again, your department is doing such great work. But just wanted to also commend you as you are I think you're the newest person in the department.
I just hit my 1 year,
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations. But your leadership both in the department, but also as someone who's at that front line, literally the front line of City Hall, just wanted to commend you. So thank you all so much.
I appreciate that.
Of course. And thank you all for your work.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Okay, I'll open it up to the public.
Irma Report.
Thank you, Mayor, public, staff, and council. I'll make it really quick. I do have some HR background, and thank you, staff, and thank you for all that you do. Sometimes we don't acknowledge and see what you do, but however, I do want to include that we do add to our the performance of our employees, like a survey after communicating with you or dealing with you. How did you feel about your experience with that person? Because a lot of the employees here are fairly new. I think I would say about 80% are new, right? Similar. So I would tend to think that there's a lot of back and forth out in the public. The telephones aren't working. You come in, the doors are locked on Friday, can't come in, everybody, So you hear it out in the public. So it's important that we bring it indoors and say, how can we improve our communication, as we were just talking about earlier? Because it doesn't sit well out there when we can't reach you. And I see you guys are the nicest people around. I mean, I've got good contact with you guys. I've had no problems. But I would like to see more one-on-one and evaluate the person whom we're dealing with, so that maybe each of us can improve that communication. But overall, I just want to say thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all the employees.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Mayor, we do have one online, a telephone caller, last 4 numbers, 5748.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Anthony, a longtime resident and senior citizen of Pinole, taxpayer over 40 years. I had a few questions for the Human Resource Director, Shell, and or her staff. First one, myself and other members of the community were curious, is it a standard general practice of yours or your department or protocol that is to wait for 5 or 6 or 7 months to seek outside resources to retain a professional search firm to help us fill a very all-important position of city manager of Pinole position that had been, that was unfortunately or fortunately vacant for roughly 12 months, give or take, before you decided to go outside to seek a search firm. Why wasn't that done in the first 2 or 3 or 4 months? Why did it take so long to spend the time or the money to go out and retain a search firm? You know, it cost the city more than a few months or dollars to delay that process. I don't understand that, or a lot of people in the city are asking and don't understand that, number one. And number two, when you do exit interviews with most employees, I assume, as whether they're terminated or resigned at whatever level, I assume all levels. Do you do that? And how fruitful has it been with regard to the reasons and responses as to why they have left the city of Pinole with the during the exit interview? And lastly, do you tell people that you hire or make it a priority, or you prefer to hire people that give them a preference because they're resident of Pinole or at least West Contra Costa County, so they know some of the geography, so to speak, and the inner workings of the county, as well as with the job descriptions? Do you have a statement in the job description that says if you happen to see something, say something, and or do something? Case in point, a lot of things going on or not going on with the Public Works Department in terms of maintenance issues and landscaping issues and street lights and overgrown
Thank you, Mr.
trees
Vosbrink.
and bushes.
Okay, any other public comments?
No, Mayor, there are no more public
and we'll
comments.
come back and see if you can answer the questions about the timing for the search firm and whether you do exit interviews, and if you can touch on if we have priority hiring for locals.
Yes, thank you for the questions. So we did complete a competitive bid process for our executive search firm that we selected to conduct the city manager executive recruitment. That just happens to take several months. We also, because that position reports directly to the city council, we had to schedule meetings in closed session to discuss those hiring circumstances with the city council directly. And so scheduling of those closed sessions sometimes takes at the scheduling of when city council meetings are scheduled twice per month. So unfortunately, sometimes that process does get a bit delayed. But we were able to successfully obtain a firm, and we had a wonderful interest in that position, and we have selected an excellent, outstanding candidate, and we're very excited for Ms. Young to start at the end of August. So we're really looking forward to that. It's been very, very wonderful process. We do conduct exit interviews for all of our employees who do resign. Copies of those exit interviews are presented initially to the Human Resources Department, and then they are also shared with the city manager and also the department directors as well. So we take that feedback. If there are issues that were brought up that HR has concerns of, the city manager has concerns of, or the department has concerns of, we're able to discuss those issues, and we're able to try to help mitigate maybe some of those factors in the future to where we might be able to possibly retain those valued employees that we're leaving for other reasons. Oftentimes, there's reasons that are out of our control as well. So, but we certainly do take those into consideration, and we review those exit interviews as they're submitted by the separating employees. And then lastly, we do not have a residency preference program. I know some cities do offer that, and it's usually set by policy, oftentimes by a city council, or it's part of a municipal code. We do not have that in our municipal code. It's also not in our personnel rules, so we do not have any type of a preference to residency here at the city of Pinole for our employees.
Thank you for responding to those questions, and I'd like to thank all three of you for your presentation. And I do think it's important that we value the employees that we have here, and I think you guys have done a great job in programming for that. So with that,
Mayor, can I just make a statement?
Yes.
I appreciate the time. I just have to say that I've been here 10 years now, 11 years, 10 as the chief. In the last 5 years, 180% turnaround of what these three individuals have done for the city, what they've done for our workforce. They really should be applauded. They were a little bit humble about all the work that they're doing, but 180% different when it comes to employee satisfaction and employee experiences here. And I wrote a little thing down here, I'm just going to read it, but their programs and efforts have really been the glue that has bound once a siloed city into different departments, into a team and a family. And we're really at a height right now where that has really come to fruition. Public Works now know all the police officers. The police officers know the wastewater treatment plant, and it's just really, really a cohesive group. And the synergy is great for the new city manager as she takes on. And I have to say that these three were a catalyst for those things to happen. So I want to take the time to recognize that.
great, thank you. All right, thanks again, and we will continue with our agenda. And I'm going to go back to almost the beginning. At 9:45. So item number 6, citizens to be heard.
Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have two topics I want to talk about tonight. First, the continued increase in COVID-19 rates in the county and the nation as a whole. And secondly, democracy. So first, COVID. Depending on which collection site you're looking at, there have been between 60% and 100% of samples collected showing traces of COVID-19 in the county wastewater data. Nationally speaking, the rate's gone up from 2 point something to 5 point something in the past week. So there's definitely been an increase in prevalence. And with regards to hospitalization rates for California, let's see if I can get the filter to go away. It looks like we've spiked back up above 5. We're moving closer to 6 or 7. So definitely an increased spread in COVID rate based on the limited data that we have available to us. So make sure to take precautions like getting booster shots if you haven't, though I know they're going to be doing one focused more on the current flirt variants in the fall, and wearing masks in crowded indoor spaces if you're in a vulnerable population. And the second thing I want to talk about is democracy. This weekend, an assassin tried to kill former President Trump. And I think that fundamentally, in a democratic society, an assassin of whatever age, of whatever political background or ethnic background or whatever, saying that their views, their opinions, their ideas matter so much more than everyone else that they should be able to use a bullet to kill their target and anyone else who happens to be in the way is fundamentally not what America is about, what it should be about. Democracy isn't who has the most weapons wins. Democracy is our all collectively agreeing to abide by the processes, the votes, our collective judgment. And the assassin's bullet is exactly contrary to and contradictory to that. I don't like Donald Trump. I hope very much that he loses the election this year. But I don't think the nation would have been better off if the assassin's bullet struck and killed him rather than just barely winging his ear. I think that fundamentally democracy requires resolving our issues at the ballot box with a ballot, not a bullet. Thank you.
Irma Ruport.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, and everybody who's here. Last council meeting, June 25th, I made a comment at Citizens to be Heard regarding our interim city manager, police chief, who's retiring. I asked if it was unfair and non-productive that he was recruiting for his own position, and this is what his response was, comment, whether he as the interim city manager, police chief, would have a conflict with respect to the next police chief due to his impending retirement. He stated there had been no conflict of interest, and while he respected the opinions of the public, it had been stated early in the process that the Human Resources Department director would be heavily involved in the police chief selection process. The process would continue until there was a final list, and the new city manager would make the final selection without his input. My question with this is, how long was the vacancy announcement open? Are we kind of cutting it short? Do we have a few people already in line? My opinion is I would like the city attorney to weigh on this suggestion. And also, since the city manager, we did have a panel of taxpayers out there to interview the city manager. Why not with the city chief? The chief is a very important position, police, and the communication out there with the public. I think we should have another panel. And let the panel be composed of people who have never served in the commission or community committee in the city, and have people on the outside come in, fresh and new. I was part of the Public Safety Committee when there were 2 murders in the past here in Pinole. And the problem was with that I had was the report that 8 of us put together for 7 months that we served was never published. It was published, but never reported out to the council. It was shelved. So my opinion is we lack in the public safety era out there with the public. So bring in the public, just like you saw today. Let's all interact with one another and make sure that we do select a person who'll be out there with us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I have a card from Bob Kopp, but I don't see him here.
Can the city attorney answer my question?
And we don't have any speakers online, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Is the city attorney, are you able to respond?
Yeah, just through the chair. There is no conflict of interest with the interim city manager participating in the recruitment of the incoming city manager. It's actually fairly common for an outgoing executive officer to participate and provide input to the council, who ultimately hires that position, or the city manager, I should say, who hires that position with advice from the council. So the process, as I understand it, there's candidates who are making their way through. The incoming city manager will be hiring that position, and it's ultimately the decision of the incoming city manager. But there'll be candidates that are kind of, the final list of candidates that will be made available, but the decision will be solely that of the incoming city manager.
Okay, and I suppose that the question could have been asked of Human Resources when they were here, but typically we have outside participants that sit on the panel that interview staff. And yes, interim city manager.
One of those. Just to clarify, I think we made an announcement publicly when we first hired Public Sector Search. It's a national recruitment firm that's doing the entire recruitment along with the assistance of HR and a little assistance of myself. It will be a full, transparent process. The application process closed on the 12th. What they do then is they screen and they go through people's resume, and they decide and they recommend to HR and to myself applicants that should move on to the next session, which is oral interviews. That panel, there'll be 3 different panels. There'll be a community panel with a POA representative and 3 members of the community. I believe there was some outreach to council if you had recommendations that we wanted to reach out to, that we would take those recommendations. So that'll be one panel. The other panel will be full of all department heads, that's the people they're going to be working with. And then the third panel will be of police chiefs from around the state to give their recommendations. So at that point, they'll be recommended a finalist list that will move forward to the city manager. The city manager at that time will have one-on-one interviews with the finalist, and she will make a decision based on her history, her experience of who she thinks would be a best fit for the organization, and also be able to work with her. I have told her through conversation that I will be available to consult if she wants to, but I am fine not taking any participation in that. So that's when I say I fail to see a conflict of interest at that time. There's a lot of different levels, and this is very consistent with best practices when it comes to hiring a police chief.
Okay, thank you. And I would just ask if there is a delay of a start time, do we have plans to name an interim police chief if you've already began your retirement, or is that a discussion for later?
Yeah, that would be discussion that once the city manager comes aboard, we'll have a discussion about that. We've started to have conversations about that, what that would look like. So just so everybody knows, the timing was that we were going to get to a finalist list by the time our new city manager comes on the 26th. At that time, she'll be presented with finalists, and I believe she's planning on making the interviews and a selection within that week's time. And then, of course, probably be about a month, between doing backgrounds and things like that. So we're moving very responsively, and we'll have a finalist list for her. Her and I have been in conversation. In fact, she shared with me that in her previous stop, one of her first hires was a police chief, and was very similar to how we're handling it now. And we also got her input on attributes and qualities that she would be looking for, as well as what process she's comfortable with. And we're following suit with the same process that she is comfortable with, that also matches my recommendations and also best practices around the country.
Great. Thank you for those responses, and thank you for the questions. All right. With that, we will move on to reports and communications, and that's assuming there's no other public comments. Okay. Reports and communications. I'll start with the mayor's report. As was stated earlier, I did attend the sewer rate workshop on July 2nd, the 4th of July drone show, and I just want to thank staff for attending. It was very staff intensive on a holiday, and it was really appreciated that they were all there. On the 8th of July, Pinole was accepted into the East Bay Wildfire Coalition of Governments group, for which we had the MOU approved. We had some really good presentations, including on the evacuation process using formerly known as Zone Haven, but now referred to as the Genesis program. We talked about risk reduction, threats, consequences, and vulnerabilities, vegetation management, how some jurisdictions are doing in-person lot inspections, and we talked about a program that Berkeley has where they offer free mesh for vents and gutters. That's where there's risk of flying embers to keep them out of, attic spaces. Free chipper programs that are available to us here in Pinole if we, have there's a certain amount that certain amount of need that they'd like to have in an area, but we can help coordinate that. Talking about the cleanup of eucalyptus understory, and then something that is really important, and I just heard about it on KCBS today as Marin County has the program, but really giving attention to Zone 0. Zone 0 is the area from 0 to 5 feet on a structure, and that's where if you have blowing embers that hit a structure and then they drop to the base of the structure, and how that is really the riskiest area when there is a wildfire, and how some communities are rolling out programs for the Zone 0 area. And it's something that ConFire, through their website, they have a lot of information on their website about how to address that for residents. And then on Wednesday night, I attended the Rodeo Hercules Fire District board meeting and gave a report on our experience, Pinole's experience with our contract. They're looking at annexing the fire district into ConFire, and I explained the difference that we have with the contract that's not the same as what they're proposing, but I did describe the expanded service that we have now. And then to keep the theme going, on Thursday night we had a presentation from ConFire on wildfire mitigation at the Mayor's Conference. I attended the movie in the park on Friday night, and again, thank you to staff for working outside the regular 9 to 5 hours. It's really appreciated. And that concludes my report, so I will move on to, there's no announcements and no appointments, so we'll move over to our Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Toms, and I have the opportunity to represent you all on the WestCat Board of Directors, and so I was at their meeting last Thursday, and happy to announce that WestCat, the West Contra Costa Transit Authority, has been awarded a $20.6 million federal grant, and that's to move forward with their hydrogen fuel cell bus and hydrogen fueling station project. And I know that previously we worked on the zero emission fleet transition plan. I think that was earlier this year or last year. And this funding will allow us to take action on that plan and quite fast and immediate. So I'm really pleased with that. This will allow us to reduce emissions. It will allow us to reduce air pollution, meet President Biden's goal of zero emission by 2050. And so this really is big news for Pinole, big news for our region in West County. So I want to thank WestCat General Manager Rob Thompson, our amazing staff at WestCat, but also our representative, Congressman John Garamendi, who represents us and was really responsible for securing this congressional funding. And also the Biden-Harris administration, who took leadership and made the bipartisan infrastructure law possible. And so that is really what is funding these grants like these. So we're just very happy and good moment for our region in Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just wanted to remind residents that the Pinole Farmers Market is every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. It was great to be out there last week and talk to residents about the sewer rate issue and many other things. So would just continue to encourage residents to come out to the Pinole Farmers Market. It's really special, and you are more than welcome to come. I had a meeting with the East Bay Regional Parks District Director, Elizabeth Echols, recently. Just wanted to update that the construction at the trail at Bayfront Park is underway and near completion. So please continue to stay safe around the area because, of course, there is construction, but also I know some folks have been in the community have been kind of crossing the gate that is not safe. Please don't do that. We are close to, the completion of the project. So, everybody just remain tight, hold tight. It'll be done quickly. I was able to attend the WestCat meeting as an alternate. And yes, as Vice Mayor Sasai mentioned, it's really exciting that our entire fleet at WestCat is going to be transitioning to hydrogen fuel cell bus. And now, with the consideration of also the development of a hydrogen fueling station project here in Pinole. So really exciting that we received that $20.6 million, reiterating what Vice Mayor Sasai said. And also AC Transit also was a recipient of this. So they also, most folks know about WestCat going through Pinole, but AC Transit does go through Pinole by way of Fitzgerald as well. And so really exciting to see that the Bay Area, East Bay specifically, public transit agencies are being funded to really move towards zero emission vehicles. So looking forward to more there. And it was great to attend the WestCat meeting, which I realize are much shorter than the MCE board meetings. Very, very short, which was exciting. I got to consider my committee appointments with our council next year. But no, it was a really good time to see the board and also to see Rob Thompson's work and just, again, incredible things happening with WestCat. And then last but not least, in the spirit of WestCat and Transit, I just want to remind community members that there are free bus passes for students called Pass to Class. So Pass to Class applications are now open. You essentially can request up to 2 months of free rides for your student on County Connection, WestCat, AC Transit, or Tri-Delta Transit. These are all Contra Costa County transit authorities and bus systems. These are available while supplies last. So if you apply, please apply now at 511cc.org/pass to class. And again, that's up to 2 months of free rides for young people. If you know someone who could benefit from that, if you are someone who can benefit from that, it's a really easy application process. Feel free to fill it out. If you have any questions, reach out to 511cc.org. They have all the question and answers you need. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for attending the WestCat meeting. Okay, Councilmember Tave.
Just real quick, on July 11th, I attended the WICTAC meeting. A lot of conversation around the Richmond Bridge and the third lane, that bike lane. So that study is going to continue forward, but there is an evaluation that people are having as to whether or not it's beneficial for everyone crossing the bridge to go to work. So I know that a lot of council members have gotten emails, probably way more than you expected, but the conversation is still going on as to the benefits. And as some of you mentioned, I think there was like an estimate about 35,000 drivers using that bridge and about 140 bicyclists, and growing, I should say. So there's still the debate as to whether or not, like, what the best usage is of the bridge. So there was some talk about, hours, how to mitigate, but whether buses are going to be reasonable. But there's a lot of people who are having a hard time getting across the bridge, especially just the configuration of the inlet onto the bridge. So that was the main topic of discussion. So we're probably going to hear more about that as things progress here. So that was the big ticket item. Also attended the 4th of July show. It was a lot of fun. That was our first drone show. So we're just getting used to no fireworks, even though Hercules fireworks were going off in the background. Everybody, so we got kind of 2 shows for one. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, thank you to staff and Interim City Manager police chief gang, for the Community Services Department staff, Public Works, and PCTV, all who were involved with 4th of July. It was a rather calming and just pleasant experience visually, without the noise factor and without the emissions. They're probably not called emissions, but whatever remains from when fireworks are lit. So I was quite surprised at how pleasant an experience it was, and surprised because, well, first, it was the first one that we had there, and then the crowd, even before the drone show came on, the crowd that was there to see, I think, and I've got to thank also, I guess, West Contra Costa Unified School District or the principal of the high school to have that venue, because the field, football field at Pinole Valley High School became an area for children to play and families to be together. And that aspect of the event was something that I think was pretty extraordinary for a first-time event. The drone show was almost a bonus, but it was a beautiful bonus, and a good reason for that was the lack of that noise factor. I think I also saw some pets. So for those of us who have pets, we appreciate that they can participate in something like that as well.
Actually, they weren't supposed to be there.
Oh, they weren't supposed to be there. Oh, well, they participated. I think they probably enjoyed it too. Okay, anyway, with the 4th of July, it was a nice event. Also, what was nice, and I think the nice aspect of this, and I wish I could find another adjective, but it's very satisfying to see new faces at events that call for public input, where certain individuals have not participated prior. And this was the case with the work from, again, by Director Mishra, Public Works, and Kapil Amin, and I met other staff there as well, part of your group, at the workshop that was held regarding traffic, mitigating, ways to mitigate or calm traffic. And what was evident to me was that, well, it was one way for me to catch up on where the city is with that, but at the same time, it was an opportunity to see that their support, generally speaking, at least as reflected by the group that was there, for calming measures here in Pinole. Now, in contrast to that, there were also some people who wondered why we were addressing that before we were addressing anything else that was more obvious to them was necessary. So it speaks to, again, not everyone is aware of our processes in town. Even though we have existing means of communication, there will always be someone who is somewhat behind on where we are with the process. Having said that, to provide venues for communication or interaction, as the turnout for that particular event was smaller than what the Pinole Senior Center could hold, but it was very fruitful because the interaction happened organically, and I think staff intended it to be that way. It was a non-structured setting, which is unlike what we have here, right, which allows for more natural conversation and spontaneous conversation. So thank you for those opportunities, both for that larger event, 4th of July, that brought out as many people as it did, and for the workshop that was held at the Senior Center. It also happened to be a very, very hot day, so it functioned as a cooling center for all those of us who were there for the time. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to council requests for future agenda items. Anybody? Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to city manager report and department staff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm just going to echo the July 4th event. I just want to thank the community also for coming out and joining us as we celebrated the Independence Day. We had about 3,000 Pinole community members come out. I I don't think I realized how many young families we have with young kids until you see all the people with the face painting and all the events they had for children. So they really did a great job of recognizing the need for that and having that available. I do want to recognize the staff that had to work on the holiday and be away from their families to serve our community. Community Services, Public Works, PCTV, and of course the PD. And then of course our PVHS, great partners. And that was a great event to have it at. It was well organized, it ran smoothly. And I think the biggest thing for the police department is it actually cleared out with no traffic related concerns or complaints within a half hour of the event, which typically is one of the challenges you have. So everybody got in pretty well and out. I do want to mention the drone show. I think it was a little different for a lot of us who've never been to a drone show. But loud explosions negatively affect a lot of people, and you didn't realize that until I was actually walking around and people came up to me. It affects young children, community members who may be or have children with autism, and of course our community veterans and even retiree law enforcement and firefighters with PTSD. So there was a lot of mention about that, and it really humbled us with that decision that we made with that. And I didn't know that was going to be the outcome of that, and it was something I didn't see until we were there and witnessing that. So I do want to talk about July 4th. People talk about that, the next door and the fireworks. We actually saw a reduction in calls for service this year. Last year was 33. And what we do is we target a time from the Friday before the holiday to Sunday after, because we know that people like to do that prior to. So there was 33 last year, and that was 14 this year. So I think a lot of education. I think a lot of people are responsible in our community, and certainly understanding the red flag warnings, all those things really help. On July 4th itself, we had 14 last year and then 11 this year calls for service. So we're doing fairly well, and we'll continue to work. Getting 100% compliance is probably not attainable, but it looks like we're doing a lot of good work when it comes to that. There were 2 arrests that were made, and then 4 citations for noncompliance with the city ordinance. I do have to touch on City Council and being a good partner with us. You saw the need, I think it was last year, where we changed the verbiage in our Muni Code that allowed police officers to be able to cite people, not just the people witnessing the fireworks, but actually the homeowners. And that really helped us and enhanced our ability to make change, and that was important. So it's really important that we all understand that it's not just the police officers. We can't be everywhere, but the community also has to be good partners. And we had a great job with members of the community letting us know when people were lighting fireworks off. So it was great. Again, it takes all of us to make change. So thank you to our community for that. On Thursday, we have National Ice Cream Day. We get a free scoop of ice cream on Thursday from 2 to 3 at Yummy Gurt. I know people are going to be like, it's National Ice Cream Day, but that's a yogurt place, but apparently they have ice cream as well. 2701 Pinole Valley Road will be there from 2 to 3, so please come join us. And then on August 6th, we have our National Night Out Caravan. That's one of our National Night events that we have. We visit our established neighborhood watch groups. So there's still time to reach out to Natasha Villalpena at the PD if you want to schedule a visit with us. And then, of course, just a reminder that our National Night Out is on October 1st with our Halloween edition National Night Out that is unique to Pinole, and I think we're the only ones in the nation that actually do it on that time. So we're excited about that. Also excited to announce that our new city manager will be starting on August 26th. I think that was mentioned throughout the day. I had to finish with this, and I hope that you'll give me a little leeway to do this, and it's about the events that happened. And as a city manager, I think it's important to kind of take the lead on this, but also as the police chief. So I found some words, and it was from the CEO of J.P. Morgan, and then I added some words to it. And I think it's important that the community hears from us about this, and I applaud Raphael to come up and actually speak about this. So the political violence and the assassination attempt on former President Trump is deeply disturbing. Our thoughts are with the former president, his family, and of course the families, those who are tragically killed and injured. We must all stand firmly against any acts of hate, intimidation, or violence that seek to undermine our democracy or inflict harm. Only through constructive dialogue can we tackle our nation's toughest challenges. Our voices are heard at the ballot box, not through acts of violence. Many of our community right now are experiencing increased fear and anxiety because of the events that they saw. So I understand these feelings, and I'm hoping that we ask everybody to display patience and understanding amongst each other in the community, and together we can overcome these challenges. I think that we have to unite. I think let's unite and allow the city of Pinole to become the beacon of light for America to follow. So thank you, and may God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, city attorney report.
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
We are moving along then. We'll go back to proclamations, and we have two more, and we'll start with Independence Day. July 4th, 2024. Whereas on July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress declared that the 13 American colonies were no longer subject to the monarch of Great Britain and were united, free, and independent states. And
whereas the 13 colonies soon adopted the Declaration of Independence, an historic document drafted largely by Thomas Jefferson, and whereas since then, July 4th has been annually celebrated as Independence Day, also known as 4th of July, to commemorate the birth of American independence, with festivities such as fireworks and parades. And
whereas in 1870, the U.S. Congress made Independence Day a federal holiday, and this day continues to remain an important symbol of patriotism and political freedom. And
whereas on this day, individuals celebrate by displaying the American flag outside their homes or buildings, arranging fireworks and perhaps drone shows, often accompanied by patriotic music, and simply enjoying time with their families. And
whereas we should also take time to appreciate the history, heritage, and people of our great nation, express loyalty and pride for the United States of America, and give thanks for the freedom and liberties fought by the first generation of our people. And
now, therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim July 4th, 2024 as Independence Day in the City of Pinole, and I encourage all Pinole citizens to observe the day with appropriate celebrations, which they did. And then we'll move on to Bastille Day. This was July 14th, 2024. Whereas July 14th, 1789, the people of France stormed the despised Bastille prison in Paris, marking the beginning of their own struggle against tyranny. And
whereas shortly thereafter, the National Assembly of France approved the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen. This historic document noted that ignorance, neglect, or contempt of human rights are the sole causes of public misfortunes, and affirmed the concept of individual liberty. And
whereas the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen was not only adopted within the same year as the Congress approved our Bill of Rights, but also contains some of the same themes, including freedom of religion, freedom of the press, security in one's property and person, and due process in courts of law. And
whereas these documents proclaimed the inviolability of human rights on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean and guaranteed them for future generations. And
whereas the City of Pinole is committed to appreciating and honoring diversity and the heritage of all of its citizens.
now, therefore, I, Maureen Toms, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim July 14th, 2024 as Bastille Day, and call upon all people to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies and activities, and I urge them to renew their support for the aspirations of all peoples who seek freedom and self-determination. So thank you for those. And then next we'll move on to our consent calendar. We have items A through H. Do we have anybody who wants to remove anything? Seeing none, we have public comment.
We do, thank you. Rafael Menez would like to speak on 9B, E, and the CIP item, which is 9, oh,
E.
yes, that's also 9.
It's 9E.
That is the 9E, yes.
Yeah.
And we also have Irma report.
Is the audio working? Now it is. Greetings again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Mess, resident of Pinole, and I just have two brief comments. For 9B, I'm going to leave my questions aside because I already sent them in writing to Director Guillory, and she's going to get back to me on most of them. But I wanted to praise one particular line in the warrants on page 68 of the agenda packet from vendor 1860, Bianco Varmint Control. And that item was for pulled out and removed a skunk out of garbage. I think that's a great level of detail to have in reporting just what exactly the payment was for. And I'd love to see that level of detail more in other items in the future. And then moving on to item 9E, I noted that pages 114 and 115 had a bright red replace from spreadsheet box written on them. And I was curious as to whether there was anything of import on there or whether that was just some random blank pages that should have been removed. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Irma? I got my answer. Oh, okay, so, all right, with that, is there any comment or any discussion or a motion?
Motion to
And
approve.
Mayor, you
Second.
also, sorry, through the mayor, you have a script to read for
Oh,
the
thank you.
Oh,
consent
yes,
calendar.
thank you, thank you, thank you. I will do that now. For item 9F, this is to approve an amendment to the employment agreement for the city clerk pursuant to Government Code 54953C3. Agenda item 9F is a recommendation to provide the city clerk with the 4% cost of living adjustment in accordance with the employment agreement amendment. This item has no fiscal impact on the general fund as the cost of living adjustment has already been incorporated into the fiscal year 24-25 budget. So with that, we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That's 5-0. Thank you. We're moving along. And the next item is 11A. And this is a resolution placing a half-cent sales tax measure on the November 5th, 2024 ballot. And the action is to adopt a resolution per staff recommendation. And we have Markeisha Guillory and Eric Kasher.
So we have a PowerPoint presentation, and Director Guillory will start. Apologize for not having your name on the PowerPoint.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, so this item is for a resolution to place the half-cent sales tax measure on the November 2024 ballot. And just some background on how we got to this point. Like many other cities throughout California and the nation, Pinole is facing a number of fiscal challenges as our expenditures or baseline expenditures continue to grow faster than our projected revenues. For the fiscal year 2024-25, we did start off with an original projected deficit of $1.3 million, which we had to institute a number of budget balancing strategies to balance our baseline budget in the general fund. According to our 20-year financial forecast, we are projecting an annual deficit that'll start at $1.6 million in the next fiscal year and continue to grow from there if we are not able to increase our revenues. Without any additional revenue, the city does face the possibility of reductions in critical services that are provided to the residents of this community. Next slide. So the City Council explored a number of revenue enhancement options and ultimately directed staff to look at placing a November ballot measure for a half-cent sales tax. The City Council also directed staff to engage a consulting firm to assist with polling the community to gauge support for a potential ballot measure. And the city worked with the Lou Edwards Group on a statistically valid survey, and that indicated that 62% of Pinole votes would support an additional half-cent sales tax. some of the priorities that were identified by the polling and research that was done for that study is that the new funding would be used, or what the community wished for the new funding to be used for, would be to maintain 911 emergency response times, keeping public areas and parks safe, clean, and healthy, also maintaining fire protection and response times, and maintaining crime prevention programs, as well as providing clean water. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to City Attorney Casher to give an overview of the legal aspects of the potential ballot measure.
Great, thank you, Director Guillory. So just a little bit of background on sales tax measures broadly. Standard sales tax rate in California is 7.25%, of which the city receives 1%. Pinole voters previously approved 2 additional half-cent sales tax measures. Many members of the public may recall Measure S of 2006 and the Measure S ballot measure from 2014. Local agencies may increase the sales tax by a combined total amount of 2%. Because other local agencies have already enacted similar mechanisms, the county limit had been reached in our case. Most recently, the CCTA did a sales tax measure that increased the rate for Pinole as well. So there is legislation, AB 3259. It's a bill by Lori Wilson that is essentially increasing the sales tax cap for Solano County. So that bill has been amended to include language that would authorize the city of Pinole as well as the city of Campbell to also increase, to have a sales tax increase as well. And so that would be subject to, the sales tax increase would obviously be subject to voter approval, but that legislation is kind of making its way through the legislative process. You could look the bill up, and the amended language is available online. The ballot documents, and you'll see the polling language in a future slide, it reflects the fact that the sales tax measure would be implemented, and it's contingent upon the legislative approval of AB 3259 or a similar bill. Next slide. So the proposed measure, the resolution would place the proposed half-cent sales tax measure on the November 5th, 2024 ballot to be considered by voters. The sales tax measure would raise approximately $2.5 million annually for the city of Pinole. The proposed tax is a general tax, so it's not a special tax. It's a general tax that would, the funds would essentially go into the general fund and could be used for any expenditure within the city. The sales tax, as we all know, is not paid just by Pinole residents. It's paid by anyone who patronizes establishments throughout the city, and for visitors who come to Pinole to use our businesses. And essential, something else to note that's important, essential purchases like groceries and medicine are exempt from sales tax. So that is under state law. So there would not be a tax increase on groceries or medicine. That's exempt under state law. Next slide. I wanted to mention that all of the revenue from the sales tax would be spent locally here in Pinole. So the half-cent sales tax, it wouldn't be distributed or allocated to the county, a portion of. That would flow directly to the city of Pinole. And there would be an annual audit and a spending disclosure for revenue that's required under state law. It's very similar to the budget reporting that you see for Measure S, the 2 Measure S funds. And so we'll have that consistency if this measure were to be approved as well. Next slide. So here's the proposed ballot question. This language tracks very closely to what was polled previously by the Lou Edwards group. As mentioned by Director Guillory earlier, some of the things that polled really well in their surveying is what you kind of see mentioned here in the ballot language. So it reads, to maintain Pinole's fiscal stability, prevent cuts, provide essential city services such as maintaining 911 emergency response times, fire prevention, preventing property crimes, keeping public areas and parks safe and clean, providing clean water, repairing potholes and streets, retaining, attracting local businesses, and other general services, shall a measure be adopted establishing a half-cent sales tax, providing $2.5 million annually until ended by voters if approved by the state, requiring audits, spending disclosures, all funds spent for Pinole. So there is a kind of a limit on the number of words that you can use. So every word is chosen very carefully, but that would be the proposed ballot question, and that's what's reflected in the ordinance and resolution. Next slide. So the process, in order for this ballot measure to be added to the November ballot for the election, there needs to be, it's a 2/3 vote of the city council, which really amounts to a 4/5 of the city council members. But once, if the measure is placed on the ballot, it would pass with a 50% plus one. So that's, it would just need a simple majority to pass in November. If approved, the sales tax would be implemented on April 1st of 2025. And just from a procedural note, the ballot measure will include a statement in support of the measure, and that's something that staff would assist the mayor in drafting. There's also a city attorney impartial analysis that's included. There's also a notice period if anyone wants to submit an opposition statement, and if anything submitted, that would be included as well. So there's a little bit of process around that, but I did want to note, and that's included in the resolution, that there would be a statement in support of the measure, kind of from the mayor, but drafted in coordination with city staff. Next slide. So the fiscal impact, the measure will be consolidated with the November 5th general election here in Contra Costa County. The cost of the election is approximately $2 to $3 per registered voter, or $25,000. So that's the fiscal impact. Next slide. I did want to note that there is a reference to Revenue and Taxation Code section 7292.8 that's just a typo, and so that will be removed from the final draft of the ordinance. So I wanted to make that reference here. And then the next slide. So it's staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt the resolution placing a half-cent sales tax measure on the November 5th, 2024 ballot. And the next slide is if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, both of you. Are there any questions from the council? Yes, Councilmember.
Did we max out the words on the right, on the ballot proposal?
I can do the word count, but I think we're right at it. Yeah, if not like one or two off. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll just have comments on.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
City Attorney Hatcher, can you just explain why it's April 1st, 2025 as to when the tax will be implemented?
Yeah. Marquise, Director Giller, do you have, so the ballot will, so this November election, the vote needs to be certified, and I'm not sure why April 1st as opposed to any earlier.
That's what I was wondering.
Just due to the administration to get the information out to the various
to the retailers.
Yes. Sorry, I'm tired. The various retailers. So there's an administrative component to it, which is why it's not January 1st, but April 1st.
Gotcha. And that work is done by the state, or that work is done by our city agency?
It's done by the state.
The state.
By the state, the tax and fee administration.
Okay. Can we get that in the follow-up? Can we just get that information laid out just so folks are aware?
Okay.
I didn't know that until now, but I mean, if that's the earliest we can do, that's the earliest we can do.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions of staff?
Through the mayor, I also just wanted to add to the information that City Attorney Casher provided about the arguments, for and against that typically come. Some folks are familiar with placing a measure on a ballot. So what we are talking about here is information that's going to be included in the voter information guide. There's a whole process that outlines that is, and the county actually publishes a really good guide. I'm going to go ahead and publish that on our city clerk website, and it's also available upon request if members of the public have questions about that process.
And the process is that we publish an argument for, and then there's an opportunity for somebody to publish something against, and then we have a response that we can do.
A rebuttal can also be filed, and that's available to not just the council. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the public. And again, if you have any questions or you're interested in participating in that, just reach out to my office.
And can it be more than one signatory to arguments?
Yes, I believe so. There are different categories of an individual can file or an association can file, a group of individuals can file. So again, it's a little detailed and I don't want to, but yes.
And then a question maybe to follow up on before it gets submitted is, could all the council members, if they so wish, be signatories to it?
Right.
Or would that be, would we have to decide that at a future council meeting? Because would it be like a Brown Act violation?
Yeah, so typically, there can be 5 signatories. And so I think the resolution provides that the mayor would sign as the council representative. Typically, and this is in consultation with Catherine Liu and the Liu Edwards group, it's best practice to include as the other signatories other representatives from the city, so maybe a small business owner or a community, someone from a community organization, just to show that there's kind of broad-based support. And so there can only be 5, so that it could be all the council members, but that's kind of something we'll talk about after.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other questions of staff before I open it up to the public? Okay. Any public comments?
Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I am a resident of Pinole, and I'd like to speak tonight in support of this measure. I think the city needs the $2.5 million worth of revenue that it would raise, that the protections that state law requires, limiting it from being applied to particularly regressive categories such as food and medicine, make it a less regressive tax. And that given the relative popularity of this tax compared to others based on the city's survey data, make it the best choice for the city at this time. There is, however, one question that I have with regards to Section 4. I know that it was mentioned that we're right up against the word count limit, but would it be possible to add after the comma for disclosure with all funds spent for Pinole rather than just space all funds spent for Pinole? It feels a little bit odd, lacking the preposition conjunction there. I don't know whether that's technically feasible or not, but I figured I'd bring that up as sort of a point of detail, as I am wont to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it really quick. Yes, we need to move forward. There's no other recourse other than put it on the ballot for everybody. However, I do also want to take this opportunity to especially thank former Mayor, Council Member Devin Murphy for working with our legislative advocates out there for this sales tax. I know you've been moving and shaking people out there in the public regarding this. And I just want to do a special thanks to you for all the support you've given this sales tax, and to all the council members and all the staff members who put a lot of work into it. We need to move forward, but I still wanted to especially thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we'll bring it back. Yes, Councilmember Tabe.
So I'm wondering, the all funds spent for Pinole, question mark, left me with, like, all funds spent for Pinole, like, is that a question? Just the way it's reading, it's very, you know what I mean? Like, if there was a way to make it a little bit more, because as you're reading this, you would say, okay, spending disclosure, and then all funds spent for Pinole, question. You know what I mean? It just kind of reads, I don't know, it struck me that way.
But
and
it's
then,
a question that we're asking the voters.
yeah, but with all these commas and semicolons and
I can't help but to say that the conjunction song is in my head right now. That's what you're asking for. It's conjunction.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of.
What's your function?
I know we're trying to get a lot across. I started thinking like maintaining 911 emergency response / fire prevention instead of saying response times, so we could save a word, and then try to come up with how to say all funds will be spent in Pinole. But the question mark makes it feel like like we're not sure.
But it is a question to the voters are you in favor of this?
But can we not say all funds spent for Pinole there then? Maybe we just put Shall a measure be adopted establishing half cent? No, that won't work either. Half sales tax providing 2.5 annually ended by voters. The state, if approved by the state, question mark. You know what I mean? And then move requiring audit spending and disclosures up. I don't know. I'm just, when it lands like that with the last word being Pinole and question mark, I don't know. It seems kind of odd.
So if we adopt the resolution, are we adopting it as it's stated here, or is there room for editing it after today?
So I'd like to get the final language. I will say I like the addition of the conjunction. It does need to end. It does need to end with a question mark because it is a question that's being presented. I'll also mention that the consultant is very protective of the language because this is literally what was polled with our surveying that did so well. So any kind of tinkering, they get really concerned that it might change the outcome. So it's not to say that we couldn't change it, but I think that this has polled well the way that this is. I know that it's a little clunky and.
Okay.
Mayor, is the consultant online right now, or are we working with?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Yeah, Catherine Liu.
Okay. Just a thought. I mean, I'll roll with it.
So does it require to say all funds spent for Pinole? It reads that it is, well, first of all, only Pinole voters are going to receive this ballot if approved. And then it says to maintain Pinole's fiscal stability, prevent cuts, provide essential city services such as, is it needed that we have all funds spent?
So I think the idea there is it's getting at this issue that a portion of this sales tax is not going to the county or anywhere else, but it's really meant this revenue that's being generated by the sales tax measure is for Pinole, and for Pinole specifically.
Okay.
I think that's what the language is looking to communicate. Yeah.
I'm fine with as is the language. I just, if you do feel like it's a bit awkward, Councilmember Tave, I would be open to just removing all funds spent for Pinole.
I guess what I'm saying is I have no idea how to write this stuff. I'm just saying that it landed with me. All funds spent for Pinole question.
Right.
Like, I don't know. To me, it just seems like there could be another line there that takes the question mark. I don't know.
I think our consultant might have this down to a science.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm concerned about, right? And plus the polling. And City Attorney Casher, the language presented here is the exact same language that was presented in the poll, minus the if approved by the state portion. Everything else in terms of how it starts and the body and how it concludes, it's all the same.
Yeah, so it's very consistent. There's some minor tweaks that were really improvements based on some of the other polling data that we received. So the way that we describe some of the services, but this has been heavily vetted.
So the polling didn't include provide essential city services such as X, Y, Z. It didn't include all those, I mean, the length.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It did.
It did include that. In that order, exact same language.
Yeah, so like, for example, providing clean, I think we had drinking water previously. So that's like a minor change, but that was something that that I actually felt was important because, we aren't a purveyor of drinking water. We have water fountains and things like that, and we have the water pollution control plant, which is clean water. But so there's those minor changes, but for the most part, it's very similar.
Gotcha. And that was the only minor change that you remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, trust the consultant in terms of the way they word it, and of course want to be consistent with the polling and make sure we get as close to that as possible, ensure success of this.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
So, if there were to be some change, some editing, this is very minor, but I don't know if there would be room after you do your word count to place an and. Okay, that's before other general services. And other general services. Kind of gives a little reader break. And then there may be arguments about this as to having an additional comma, but it reads clearer to insert a comma after voters. So then you have, if approved by the state, is actually a clause that is describing the condition by which this would be passed. So it would be until ended by voters, comma, if approved by the state, comma, requiring audits, blah, blah, blah.
If I may, the challenge, I've run ballot measures before and I've done this, so I think the challenge is that the voter guide is not meant for proper English. That's really the reality of what we're talking about, unfortunately. And so the characterization, like the characters and things like that, they just don't equate. I mean, I completely agree with you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Like there should be proper English used, ADA formatting, but I don't know if we have, I don't know if the...
Well, that's why it's a little minor thing. So if doable, that's what I would suggest.
Can we adopt the resolution that gives, on those two specific items, some discussion with the consultant, or double-checking word count, that sort of thing?
Yeah, so through the chair, if, as I understand it, the request is to add the word "and" before other general services, and then a comma after voters, and then also potentially the conjunction with all funds spent for Pinole. So adding the "with" and removing the comma. So I will, if that's the direction of the council, assuming we can do that within the word count and it doesn't change, then absolutely, we can do that. But if it does somehow impact the word count, then I will just, if with the council's approval, I'll just leave it as is.
Okay. Is that understood in your motion? Are you agreeable to that?
So I'm thinking we just, and maybe we could say like motion second for just approval as is, with the direction that if those changes can be made, that we would make them.
Okay, is the seconder of the motion good with that? Okay.
Wait a second. So would Lou Edwards and Associates have to approve that too?
No.
No? Okay. Could we be messing this up if, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a professional ballot, writer.
Yeah, I will definitely consult with them and Markeisha and everyone who's been working on this.
Okay.
But the decision is ours. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
And Mayor, what's the can I have the motion, please, in full?
Yeah, so the motion was to approve as is with the current direction to add an "and" after, where was the "and"? Before other, a comma after voters, and I think that was it. Right?
And with?
Oh, and with.
And this is if the consultant approves in terms of the word count, but also if in content. So the consultant must say this will not impede on the success of the ballot measure.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Okay. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes. Thank you for all of your work on that.
Just real quick, Mayor, I just
Yes.
do have a question, because the next meeting we have, so essentially the next meeting we have is right before the timeline for the clerk recorder to receive the ballot designation or Secretary of State. So that gives us August, September, and October 7th is when ballots come out for voters. So Lou Edwards is not here tonight. I would like them to be here if we're ever talking about the ballot measure for the rest of the time, because it helps us to be able to converse with them, even the prime examples like today. So what is the rest of the process moving forward for public education? Do we have like a timeline on that? Do we have what's the feedback there?
We have standing meetings with the Lou Edwards Group, and City Attorney Casher is a part of those as well.
Okay.
So that'll be the next step now that you've approved the resolution. We'll start to work on the community engagement plan.
Okay, gotcha. So should we expect a presentation to council at the August 6th meeting or at the August 21st meeting about that? Because we're in a short time frame now.
Yeah, we haven't said anything, but we do have an upcoming meeting with them. So we'll get that calendar together.
Okay.
Timeline.
I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about that. I'm just wanted to note that. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, with that, we have no new business. Do we have any citizens to be heard for our second round?
No.
Okay, seeing none, we will move to adjournment to our regular city council meeting of August 6th, 2024, in remembrance of Amber Schwartz and Vacaville motor officer Matthew Bowen, who was struck and tragically killed while performing a traffic stop on Thursday, the 11th of July. He's survived by his wife and 2 young sons. So we do send our condolences to the city of Vacaville and to his family. And thank you all.